It's 10 o'clock and it's time for us to start this public inquiry. Can I check that everyone can hear me, especially those in the audience? Good. My name is Scott Ferry and I'm an Assistant Chief Reporter in the Scottish Government Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. With me is Danny On, who's a Senior Reporter. And we've been appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider all 4 appeals and report to them with recommendations. We held a pre-examination meeting on the 1st of February and subsequently issued 2 procedure notices setting out the range of further procedure required. In addition to the evidence heard at these inquiry and hearing sessions, we will also be taking into account all of the material and representations which have already been submitted either to the Council or directly to us. Before we go any further, can I ask that all mobile phones are switched off or switched to silent? We aren't expecting any fire drills this morning, or in fact for the duration of the inquiry, I'm informed. So if the fire alarm sounds, we should leave the building. There are fire escape doors behind us and also the entrance where we came in this morning. And the assembly point is in the plaza in front of the stand. As advised in the note of the PM, these proceedings are being webcast, not live, unfortunately, which was what was intended. There seems to be a problem with the connection today, but Mr. Murray will be attempting to make sure that the system's working from tomorrow onwards. Today's proceedings will, however, be recorded and will go on to the DPA webcast library, so they will be available to view later. For the purposes of the webcast, but also for those in the audience, I would stress to those around the tables that we must be vigilant about using the microphones, because if we don't use them, what we're saying just won't be picked up at all on the webcast. There is a deposit set of inquiry documents there up at the back of the room, and people should feel free to refer to those documents during the inquiry, but I'd ask that they aren't removed from this room. Now, we agreed at the pre-examination meeting that inquiry session 1, which will be starting today, could take up to 4, followed by inquiry session 2, which could take 1 to 2 weeks, and then finally we'll have the hearing session on conditions and obligations, which should take a day or so. We'll discuss programming for inquiry session 1 shortly and in much more detail than that, but having now considered all of the precognition submitted, are the parties generally content with those time estimates, i.e. up to 4 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks, and then finally the hearing session? Mr. Steele.
Good morning, Sir. Gordon Steele. To answer your second question, which is the easier one in relation to session 2, economics, yes, I'm virtually certain that that will be adequate. I would hope that we would conclude that within 1 week, now having read the evidence. In relation to the more difficult question, which relates to session 1, I'm afraid I don't know the answer, because it entirely depends on the cross-examination of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is it 6 or more parties. I've made preliminary investigations, and it seems to me that some considerable time might be taken with a number of my witnesses, so I would hope that we would conclude our case within 2 weeks, but I'm entirely in the hands of others, and it's for them to really address you on that, sir.
Thanks for that, Mr. Steele. Do others have any comments on that general point?
Good morning, sir. My name is Malcolm Thompson. I'm representing the City of Edinburgh Council. I have had a brief discussion with my learned friend Mr. Steele yesterday on this very matter. And I, too, having looked at the volume of precognitions and having had some discussions with those following me in the order of cross-examination, that cross-examination is likely to take some considerable time. So I would share the lack of confidence in sticking to the timetable for session 1. Like my learned friend Mr. Steele, I would be reasonably confident about the timing on session 2. That raises the possibility of, perhaps not necessarily today, but at some stage, fixing a date for the council and subsequent evidence to be led, so that there aren't unnecessary witnesses waiting around.
Could this gentleman address the microphone more clearly, please?
Yes, sorry. The practical convenience of having witnesses waiting around to cover the witnesses that they're concerned with, as well as giving their own evidence, it might be more convenient for that reason to, at some stage, as I say, fix a date. Having regard to the likely duration of the appellant's evidence, it might be appropriate to take the second Monday as the start date for the evidence after the appellants.
The third Monday?
No, the second Monday. In other words, 2 weeks from yesterday.
Yes, I'm with you.
So that would allow 9 days for the appellant's evidence, in the hope that it could be contained within that time. At worst, it might mean wasting a day, but I wouldn't have thought it would be likely to be more than that. As I say, it may be appropriate before fixing that to wait and see how we get on today and tomorrow. But I just raise that as a possibility, because I'm conscious of the potential inconvenience for witnesses if they don't know when they're likely to be on or who they're likely to be covering.
I take that point, although to a certain extent that's in the nature of long-running public inquiries.
Indeed.
But we appreciate the need to try and make things as convenient as possible.
I only make the suggestion in relation to the start of the evidence controversy to the appellants. I wouldn't suggest subdividing it beyond that.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Thompson. For HES.
Good morning, sir. My name is Marcus Mackay, QC. I'm instructed by Jennifer Jack of Harper MacLeod. I don't really have anything substantive to add, I'm afraid. I think we will have to wait and see a little bit. But I do agree with the general idea that we try and schedule a date for the beginning of the Council's evidence, which I think, as Mr. Thompson's indicated, would give the appellants 9 days to leave their evidence.
Fred McIntosh, instructed by the Coburn Association. I don't have anything further to add, but I think it would be helpful perhaps in the next couple of days, once we see where perhaps the first witness goes, to think about fixing a start date for the contradictors, as it were.
Ms. Coburn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferry. I don't want to sound again like Sorry, I'm happy to proceed on the basis that at the moment that the witnesses for the appellants can be concluded cross-examination in 9 days, because I think that's broadly what Mr. Thompson is suggesting. Equally, it's our hope too that we will be able to conclude inquiry session 1 within the 4 weeks.
Mr. Innes.
I don't think really I've got anything to add at this stage, sir. I think we'll just have to see where we get to. I think also trying to programme in advance until we've really got going. We can spend a lot of time talking about programme, whereas in fact that won't be known. And equally, certainly sitting at this end of the cross-examination, we'll be seeking not to duplicate, and I'm very conscious of that particular aspect, given the number of parties, and seeking to focus on issues that haven't already been dealt with, and that obviously should help to try and speed things up. But apart from that, I think we just need to see how quickly we get this first week, particularly how many witnesses we can get through, and then probably take a view at that point as to how realistic the overall programme is.
Thanks for that, Mr. Innes. For the Residents Association, do you have anything to add?
No, I have nothing further to add. I'll
Okay.
follow my colleagues. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for that. Mr. Steele, we've heard what the other parties have had to say. I think there's a lot of sense in just seeing how things go, with the first few witnesses, and perhaps discuss a timetable as the week progresses. Anything to add to that?
Well, simply I agree with all of them, sir, for the first and last time at this inquiry, I suspect. But it would be highly desirable to have a fixed date for the evidence of the Council starting, but it may be too early to do that. We would certainly welcome that, because it saves, as Mr. Thompson has said, lots of witnesses hanging around with uncertainty. But it may be that things will become clearer in a day or two, and I would welcome fixing the date at the earliest opportunity. The 1st of October seems a good guess at the moment, but it may prove to be inaccurate.
Okay. Okay, on that basis, we will have an objective at some point later in the week to fix a date for the start of the Council's witnesses giving evidence. That second Monday sounds like a sensible date, but let's see how we get on over the next few days, and we can discuss this as the week progresses. Now, as far as some other issues that we just need to cover quickly, Mr. Owen and myself have made some unaccompanied inspections of the general area surrounding the appeal site, and we've made 2 accompanied inspections to the appeal site and the building itself. We intend to undertake further unaccompanied inspections as necessary, and we'll keep in mind any need for further accompanied inspections as we hear the evidence. On the issue of expenses, Mr. McIntosh has submitted a claim for expenses against the appellant. We'll consider that claim in our report to ministers, and just to remind parties that any other such claims should be submitted at the appropriate time, i.e. generally before the closing of evidence. It was agreed at the pre-examination meeting that closing submissions will be made in writing after the evidence has been heard. Those submissions ought to address each party's position on the matters which have been subject to oral process. The timetable for the exchange of those submissions can be agreed at the end of the final session. Now, before we continue on to open inquiry session 1, are there any questions or points generally about the procedures that we ought to discuss now? Mr. Steele?
Nothing from me, sir, thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
I suppose at this stage it might be appropriate to mention that although the Council is going first in the cross-examination order and is happy to do so, I'm conscious that people following me will have greater expertise in certain areas, and I'm anxious to avoid duplication as far as possible. So if there are areas that I don't cover in cross-examination, it shouldn't be taken that I'm abandoning the Council's opposition on those matters, which is manifest from the precognitions and rebuttals that have already been lodged. But it seemed to me, with respect, that was the most efficient way of slotting in the cross-examination while avoiding duplication if possible, rather than have me ask general questions on areas that are then going to be gone into in greater detail by others.
In doing that, would you be intending to flag up to us when you will be relying on more detailed cross-examination from other parties?
Well, it's a little difficult to do without knowing in advance what is going to be raised by others following me. I've spoken to my own friend Mr. Mackay, and I know what he's going to be raising. It might be appropriate at the end of the cross-examination if I was to say something about it to summarise, but I would have thought it's probably enough to take from the precognitions and the reports of what the Council position is.
Okay, that's noted. Thanks, Mr. Thompson. Any other general points on procedure.
Yes, sir. There was some form of electronic error, which may have been my fault, involving the nomination document for the Old and Newtown World Heritage Site. Electronic copies of the full document, which runs to 159 pages, were provided to everybody last week. I have hard copies, and I know the witness set has a hard copy of the full document. Most witnesses in this field have discussed it on the assumption they've all read the whole one. I don't imagine there's any prejudice, but just to make it clear, I do have a number of spare sets of the full set in case anybody has come with the short one. And it's CD 485 is the document involved.
Thanks for that, Mr. McIntosh. No objections to that, no points arising from that. We would, I think, benefit from one of your spare hard copies. I think it's doubtful that we'll have the full version on our electronic set.
No, I can load it up from the email.
Yeah. Yep. Perfect. Thanks. Any other general points? Nope. Okay.
It's not a couple of document issues, if I might raise them before we start. The first is I'd like to express my and our gratitude to the appellants and their agents for providing the USB drives for the documents, which are extremely helpful. But in my attempt to find something recently, I discovered an anomaly in relation to section 14 of the documents, which are the scoping opinions, and they're documents CD 434 to 438. And the first thing is that 434 and 435 seem to be reversed. The document which appears to be 434 ought to be 435. The date for what is 434 ought to be the 22nd of December 2016. And the date of what bears to be 435 is in fact the 6th of February 2017. And what bears to be 434 is identical to 437. And what bears to be 435 is identical to 438. Apart from that, everything's fine.
Probably.
But the point is that those scoping documents relate to the second set of appeals, and there don't seem to be any scoping documents in relation to the first, if that matters.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Thompson. Like Mr. Thompson, we also have found the USB stick very helpful, and thanks to the appellants for providing that. Is that something that the appellants can have a look at for us, Mr. Steele?
Indeed we will, sir. If that had been brought to our attention earlier, we would have it resolved by now. I can only apologise about that, but equally express astonishment that that's all that's gone wrong, given the volume of documents. And if that's the only weakness in our case, I'll be delighted. We will look at the numbers, sir, and revert as soon as we can, possibly at the coffee break or possibly at lunchtime after it's been checked.
Thanks for that, Mr. Steele.
It wasn't intended as any criticism, and I only discovered it yesterday. I'm afraid I've got one other document matter to mention, if I may. There's a document which has just come to my attention called Developer Contributions and Infrastructure Delivery, Supplementary Guidance, produced by the Council and apparently approved by committee on the 22nd of August, in other words, after the document dates. I think it may be relevant to the final hearing session on conditions, and I would simply seek to lodge it now as CD 765. I don't think it causes any disturbance to any of the evidence in session 1 or 2 for that matter.
Is there a draft version of that document already before us? Do you know?
Well, it's called a finalised version, so it seems to be some sort of...
It's a final iteration of that.
Well, I wouldn't like to say. I've only just seen it myself this morning. It's called a finalised version, but that
Okay.
may not be the ultimate version.
Okay. Others happy with that?
Sir, obviously I assume we're going to be supplied with a copy of that. I'm sure it'll be all right, but if we could just again revert to you on that in due course, perhaps at lunchtime.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. Any other issues? Okay, so we're moving on to open inquiry session 1. Which will look at the impact of the two proposals before us. We agreed at the pre-examination meeting that we would hear first the evidence of the appellant, then the Council, then Historic Environment Scotland, then the Architectural Heritage Society, then the Coburn Association Coalition, is that what it's being called?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
If I use the whole lot, it takes up more time than we've probably got.
Yes. Then from the Royal High School Preservation Trust, then from the RRCTMA, and then from individual objectors. Now, witnesses will be subject to cross-examination by those of an opposing view, following which there will be an opportunity for re-examination. We may also ask questions of the witnesses. Any examination in chief should be limited to picking up necessary points which have arisen since the precognitions were lodged, and also to note that we do have rebuttal precognitions from the appellant and from Historic Environment Scotland in that regard. Now, we have the option of taking precognitions as read or of having the witnesses read them during the evidence in chief. Given the extended length of the precognitions which we've allowed for this inquiry, together with the number of witnesses which we've discussed already this morning, a more efficient use of inquiry time may be reading parts of the precognitions, for example, the introduction and the conclusion. I'm mindful of the need to balance an efficient use of inquiry time with the evidence being made a bit more meaningful for those that are less familiar with the precognitions and so on. Do the parties have any firm views on how they think that should proceed?
Sir, I had anticipated, particularly with the first witness, who is a reasonably important witness in any view, that we would read the precognition and indeed the rebuttal precognition. I would have no supplementary questions for him on the basis of exactly what you said, that the precognitions are slightly longer than usual. I had not anticipated taking them as read or merely reading out the conclusion. And if I look at Mr. Wright's conclusion, it is 8 or 10 lines, and I do wonder whether that would do justice to, frankly, years of research in this work. It may be possible, desirable to do that with other witnesses, but for the first witness, sir, I would certainly respectfully suggest that we should read his precognition. It does reflect years of labour, intense into this issue, and I'm not sure it do it justice to read it out or to summarise it in 8 lines or so.
Okay. I think that seems a reasonable approach, and again, like the timetabling issue, it's something that we may need to review depending on progress being made. Do any others have any other views on that issue? No. Okay, great. So we now need to confirm the names of the parties who are participating, and as each party introduces themselves, could you also confirm the running order that witnesses in this inquiry session will be led? Mr. Steele, for the appellant.
Yes, good morning, sir. Gordon Steele, again, good morning to you and to all. I'm instructed by CMS and acting for, as everybody I think now knows, Livingston House Properties and Urbanist Hotels Limited. We would intend to call for session 1 only the following witnesses, and ideally in the following order, subject to what I will say in a moment or two. Firstly, Mr. Andrew Wright. and his topics are known. Mr. Roger Maskell, then the architects, Mr. Gordon Gibb, followed by Professor Gordon Murray, Hannah Tweedy, Mark van Grieken, landscape issues, Professor Robert Taverner, Richard Collins, and Gary Mappin, who will deal with planning issues. I say ideally, sir, because a couple of the witnesses at least have got timetabling issues. I won't go into the detail of that just now, but depending on how long cross-examination takes, I may have to revise that order, and as soon as I know that, I would let you and others know. It may even be that one or other witness may be unable to attend to give verbal evidence. That would be highly undesirable, but it depends on the length of cross-examination and the speed with which matters go.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Steele. Mr. Thompson.
My name is Malcolm Thompson, QC. I'm instructed by Berners Paul on behalf of City of Edinburgh Council. I propose to lead 4 witnesses on behalf of the Council. Mr. David Leslie, Julie Waldron, Ewan McGeechan and Carla Parks. Ewan McGeechan was the case officer on the listed building consent issue appeals, and Carla Parks was the case officer on the planning permission issues.
And you're intending to lead them in that order?
Yes, sir.
Thanks for that, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Mackay.
Yes, my name is Marcus Mackay, QC. I appear on behalf of Historic Environment Scotland, instructed by Jennifer Jack of Harper McLeod LLP, and I will be calling 3 witnesses in the following order. First of all, Stephen Robb, then Catherine Middleton, and lastly Susan Denyer.
Thanks for that. Ms. Coburn?
Yes, thank you, sir. My name obviously is Louise Coburn, and I'm instructed by Caroline McFarlane of the Architectural Heritage Society of Scotland. We will lead 2 witnesses, firstly John Lowry and then Peter Drummond, but you'll appreciate that Mr. Lowry, being a lecturer, has some availability issues. There are no points in raising these now because we don't know how the progress is going to be made, but if it looks as if it's going to be an issue, I will make the point as soon as I can.
You can let us know.
Yeah.
Perfect. Mr. McIntosh.
My name is Fred McIntosh. I'm instructed directly by the Coburn Association. We will be leading 4 witnesses in this session, and probably in the order Dr. Carter McGee, Adam Wilkinson, Richard Price, and Terry Leventhal, though I do have some timetabling issues with 2 of them, but looking at the spreadsheet I've got and where we are, I have no idea what they're doing that week because it's so far away. So hopefully we can come back to this early next week.
Yes. Perfect. Thanks. And Mr. Innes?
Yes, good morning, sir. Colin Innes of Sheffield Wedderburn, acting on behalf of the Royal High School Preservation Trust. The Trust would propose to lead 3 witnesses. Mr. James Welsh of Open, dealing with landscape, visual and related matters. Colin Liddell of the Dunard and Royal High School Preservation Trust, and David Narrow of David Narrow Associates, dealing with structural engineering matters. In terms of availability, I know, for example, that Mr. Liddell is a trustee of many trusts and has quite a lot of prior commitments, and he's probably the witness I'll probably have most difficulty with. But again, it's looking at the timetable and then potentially trying to fit his particular evidence in, but he's the one who I think might have days when he's not available because he has to be at a trustee meeting.
Okay, thanks for that. And for the Residents Association.
Good morning, sir. My name is Carol Nimmo. I represent the Regent, Royal, Carlton and Terraces and Mews Association, and we will have 1 witness who is Mrs. Ruth MacDonald, who lives at 1 Regent Terrace.
Perfect, thanks for that. I think, Mrs. Nimmo, we also had a precognition from yourself. Are you intending to give evidence on that precognition?
Yes, I am, yes.
You are. So you'll have Mrs. MacDonald and yourself as witnesses?
Yes.
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 Is that right? Yes. Okay, and we also had precognitions from 2 individual objectors. The first was Rosemary Addison. Is Miss Addison present this morning? We've heard from someone that Miss Addison may not now wish to give evidence in person, but to lodge a precognition as a written statement. That's something that we'll need to check with the office just to see what communication we've had. The other individual was Mr. Harrison. Is Mr. Harrison present? No. So we will take those precognitions in due course, and I'm assuming that one way or another those individuals are keeping in touch with the office about when they're likely to have to give evidence. Okay. So, given the likely length of inquiry sessions, as we've discussed this morning, we thought initially it would be helpful to have a timetable. I think it's just a bit premature today or tomorrow to be thinking about that timetable, but that's something that we'll want to revisit, certainly before the end of this week. We can discuss that perhaps on Thursday morning. Sounds as if we'd want to review it then, and then we would look perhaps for the appellants to take responsibility for drafting up that timetable with their agreement and keeping it live. That's something that there may also be benefit in us publishing to our website also, just to keep those that are trying to keep in touch with the inquiry up to date. Now, in terms of timings and so on, the inquiry sessions will normally commence at 10 in the morning, continue to around 4:30 to 5 in the evening, with short mid-morning, mid-afternoon breaks and a lunch break, which we would be looking to take at a convenient time sometime after 12:30. We also have the option of starting earlier in the mornings. It's not unusual to start at 9:30 on long-running inquiries. It helps us to make good progress. Does a 9:30 start cause difficulty for any of the parties?
Sir, can I, in response to that, say this, that my understanding is that certainly the first witness or two is likely to be at that table for more than a day. With the first witness, the information I have indicates it's likely to be 2 days or so. I do wonder, particularly if a witness is giving evidence between 10 and 4:30, whether there's advantage in having a 9:30 start, because frankly the witness will get tired. And in fairness to him, particularly when the first couple of witnesses are really quite important, whether it would be fair to do that. We are very much in favour of making as much progress as we can, but equally that must not disadvantage the quality of the evidence.
I agree. Shall we say for the next few days anyway, we'll have a 10 o'clock start. We'll review that based on progress being made.
I'd be grateful for that, sir. The next witnesses may be shorter and it may be a different ball game, so to speak, altogether, but I would welcome that certainly for the first few days.
Okay, great. So just so there's no uncertainty, that's a 10 o'clock start tomorrow morning. Now, we've also had notification from the venue managers of dates when we need either to finish early or to clear the room, or both. As far as I'm aware, Mrs. Kerr has made the parties aware of those arrangements. They're far from ideal, but we're just going to have to work with those. So, as a reminder, the first of those dates is this Friday, when we need to have cleared the room by 5 o'clock. There is a little bit of good news on that score, though. The venue is now able to provide a room for the storage of documents and any other equipment. That's downstairs near the entrance, so that should make things just a little bit easier for us. We think we might take an hour to get everything out, so for a 5 o'clock start, or 5 o'clock finish rather, on Friday, we'll be looking to finish at 4 o'clock or thereabouts, to give us time to clear the room. Now, before we go on to have our first witness, are there any general questions or points that we need to discuss?
Yes.
You can. Is it Mr. Black?
It is Mr. Black, and I have submitted evidence on a very narrow point of law. And I'm wondering why I'm not being called to provide that evidence, because it's fundamental to this entire process. If the contract does not comply with European law, a contract which has not been disclosed, as far as I'm aware, then this entire process is unnecessary. So why have I not been called to give for 5 minutes a summary of my points of law, my points of fact and law?
Two reasons for that. The first one is that you've made those points to us in writing, and we've made a ruling on that twice, I think. And second of all, following those rulings, we were willing to accept a precognition from you which would set out your evidence, although that evidence would need to be within the scope that we've set for the inquiry. As far as I'm aware, you didn't submit.
I have. I've submitted summary points, and you are bound by European law as a delegated body of the Scottish Government under the Tralley case. And, you know, we cannot ignore European law here. It's simply unlawful. Indeed. And my contention is there is grave doubt about the legality of the 2010 and subsequent contracts, because there was a modification. And there's plenty of EU case law which demonstrates that you cannot modify a contract after it's been granted when there has been a competitive process. You know, I mean, I've supplied that, and I think that must be considered, and that should be on the record, and it should be on your webcast.
It will be considered, because the information that you've submitted to us will be included in our report. It will be reported to ministers. The statements that you've submitted will be passed on to ministers with our report. And given that we've been appointed to consider the planning appeals, that's as far as we can take it. However, that may well ultimately be a matter that ministers' legal advisers will need to consider before ministers make the ultimate decision on these appeals.
That's fine, but I would stress the point that you are bound by EU law, and the regulations would appear to have been breached, and the contract must be examined. I would think it's an abuse of public revenues not to examine the contract's validity before you undertake this very expensive process.
You can rest assured, Mr. Black, that issue, your evidence, will be in our report and will be forwarded to ministers. It's not being ignored.
It will also be forwarded to Madam Bienkowska at the European Commission, because I think there are issues of competition here which really need to be properly examined. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mr. Black. Okay, any other points? Nope. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. In these circumstances, my first witness is Mr. Andrew Wright, sir. And just while Mr. Wright's taking his seat, as I indicated earlier, we will be looking only at his precognition and rebuttal precognition in evidence in chief. Sit down when you're speaking, and obviously press it again when you're not. And there's a red light at the top which indicates if it's off or on.
Clearly not. Good morning.
Mr. Wright, good morning to you. If anybody at the back of the room cannot hear either of us, please let us know, and I'll try and keep an eye on your microphone, and if you can keep an eye on mine, Mr. Wright. Good morning. Could you just start, please, with your precognition?
My name is Andrew Wright. I am the author of the heritage statements prepared on behalf of the appellants for both of the schemes for an international hotel at the site of the former Royal High School, Edinburgh, referred to hereafter as Schemes 1 and 2. I am a chartered architect, accredited at the highest level in conservation architecture, and an architectural historian. A full account of relevant credentials for undertaking consultancy work on this project is given in the appendices to each of the 3 volumes of the Heritage Statement produced for Scheme 2.
Now, Mr. Wright, just stopping you there just for a moment or two, and I hope that everybody has or will read your credentials, but briefly, have you done extensive work in the World Heritage Site?
Yes, I have.
Including work at the St James Quarter, South Bridge, India Street, Princess Street, Registers Project, St Andrews Square and Market Street.
That is correct.
And you have worked for the National Trust for Scotland, to name but many, many others, all carefully listed in these documents. Is that so?
That is so.
Right, if you just continue paragraph 3, please.
The former Royal High School is one of many significant projects upon which I've been engaged in reshaping the face of the city over the course of the past decade. All of these projects are located in the Old and New Town conservation areas and fall within the boundary of the World Heritage Site. They provided me with a valuable insight as to how the interpretation of policy and guidance has evolved over the period, and how the levels of engagement with the principal stakeholders may vary between schemes promoted by the city's leading institutions and charitable trusts and those by private developers. Supplemented by the preparation of conservation plans for some of the city's most important buildings over a similar period, the research undertaken for each of these major development sites provide unrivaled knowledge in depth of the multi-layered fabric that makes up the character of the outstanding historic townscape of this beautiful city. It provides me with a sound basis upon which to question, on occasions, the superficiality of some of the claims made in the high-level guidance by which the appellant schemes have been evaluated. I was appointed by the appellants to the dual roles of providing heritage consultancy for the project and to act on their behalf over assessing the repairs needed to the building. The damage caused from neglect and the prolonged absence of a sustainable use has accelerated in recent years, most noticeably while the workshops were taking place in 2014 and thereafter. I'd worked successfully with the late Gareth Hoskins on a number of important projects across Scotland, some of them in Edinburgh. I recognised him as one of the most talented young architects at work in Scotland in the new millennium. His personal enthusiasm, persuasion and great charm may be lost to this project, but I firmly believe that the appellant schemes have the potential to contribute to his enduring legacy. The principal role that I was entrusted has been, in my experience, unusual in terms of the responsibility that it carried. I was to be embedded within the design team, advising at all stages on the potential impacts of the scheme as they evolved, by having an appropriate regard to the broad range of heritage assets that might be affected. The role was extended when asked to lead the exercise to broker a solution for the site which would address the reasons for refusal for Scheme 1 after the consents were refused by the narrowest of margins at the planning hearing in December 2015. Advocacy for preserving the imperious dignity of Thomas Hamilton's building, shaped by his creative genius on the south-facing slopes of Carlton Hill, brought with it the burden of massive professional responsibility. I fought assiduously against alterations or additions of any kind being made to the fabric of the principal frontage, of which several were being promoted for operational reasons during the workshop sessions held in 2014. I have remained firmly against the introduction of a new entrance on Regent Road for the harm it would bring, not least for betraying Hamilton's own intention. As the workshop process drew to a conclusion in 2014, I prepared a conservation issues paper. It summarised what I saw as the main issues to be addressed as the scheme design developed, involving into an overarching strategic approach to the conservation of the site. As part of this approach, which is informed by Clause 1.10 of the HESPS 2016 and the equivalent clause in the SHEP 2011 that preceded it, Conservation principles were identified to reflect the importance of the site established by the research carried out up to that time. They were matched to a set of conservation benefits which might be expected to flow from the development of the site. The exhortations enshrined in the conservation principles represented good practice, but they were never intended to override heritage policy and guidance made explicit at the time. Their preparation coincided with the 7 points issued in early 2015 to the appellant's architects by the City CEC, which summarised the site-specific advice. The 7 points, together with the conservation principles, form the principal outcomes upon the termination of the workshop process. Accordingly, the design continued to develop during the formal pre-consultation process, which began shortly thereafter, allowing the outline framework of guidance to be tested rigorously against the relevant policy and guidance. Ultimately, the conservation principles were reproduced in Part 1 of the heritage statements for both of the appellant schemes. Reflecting upon the outcomes of the 2014 design workshops and the manner in which the appellant schemes have been evaluated and commented upon thereafter, I would note that it is a fundamental principle of conservation planning that all aspects of significance cannot be deemed to be equal. Similarly, all views from which the appellant schemes are to be seen should not be escalated to having equal or the highest value as some of those opposing the schemes have maintained. I consider that they have been motivated in this to ensure that the heritage assets are preserved without visible external signs of change to their special interest or setting. The data amassed from the extensive research programme set out within the relevant parts of both heritage statements provides an authoritative and reliable baseline by which to measure the impact of development proposed for the site, which I will now address. Take the first topic, the special interest and relative importance of the listed building and its contribution to the wider setting, including the conservation of heritage site, design, landscape and other heritage receptors. The level of advocacy already referred to was possible only because it had been informed by an enhanced understanding of the attributes of the heritage asset. Previous studies and a literary review were used as a springboard to acquire further knowledge achieved by working from first principles. Importantly, Hamilton's intentions, as conveyed in his own drawings, were re-examined, and the evidence of all of the buildings on the site was studied. This included the boundary walls on its perimeter. Perceived gaps in knowledge were closed through this targeted research programme and were summarised in the 6 essays making up Part 1 of the heritage statements for both of the appellant schemes. Further understanding of the designated assets, which were identified with the potential to be affected by the appellant's proposals, was summarised in Part 2 in the form of an illustrated gazetteer. The approach ensured that there would be a broad appreciation of all of the heritage assets likely to be affected by the appellant schemes, while recognising the raft of overlapping designations that apply to the site and the wider setting and their inherent complexity. Importantly, this work provided valuable baseline data for those evaluating the impact of the scheme for the EIA. The research programme continued for Scheme 1, for which relevant parts of the heritage statement were reviewed and updated by adding further information.
You said Scheme 1, I think you meant Scheme 2 there.
My apologies. I'll read it as Scheme 1. Yes, sorry. It's Scheme 2 as well.
No difficulty. Yeah. Paragraph 12, please. Yeah.
This had been no exercise aimed purely at satisfying the minimum requirements of policy guidance. New levels of understanding have been fundamental in reappraising the significance of Hamilton's masterpiece and its wider setting, and in reassessing the relative merits of other, later buildings on the site. It is strongly argued that without exception they detract from appreciating his highly developed and unified design, which continued to evolve until the school opened in 1829. Not only has the research guided both scheme designs at all stages of development, but in its thoroughness, it challenges the narrow focus of the advice that has continued to be offered by stakeholders on the proposals since the outcome of the competition by which the appellants were appointed was known. It also lies at the heart of a fundamental professional disagreement between the appellants and CEC and HES as to how the former West Playground can support development without destroying the special interest and setting of the principal listed building. Analysis of the development site and the setting of the principal listed building was not confined, however, to establishing the relative importance of the various components. It also identified factors that are deemed to be detrimental to appreciating the principal heritage asset, so that they could be overcome or ameliorated in the development of the scheme design. In my view, this aspect of the site has been substantially ignored in the evidence of those opposed to the appellant schemes. It has been claimed that these factors, despite altering the setting of the principal listed building, contribute to the importance of the site and hence our understanding of it. Accordingly, in topic 1, I conclude that from having identified and addressed gaps in knowledge, the programme of extended research undertaken on behalf of the appellants has enhanced levels of knowledge of the listed building and its setting. The importance of the other listed buildings and their respective settings, which are likely to be affected by the appellant schemes, has also been set out clearly. Perceived shortcomings have been addressed in relation to the character and appearance of relevant parts of the conservation area, gardens and design landscape, and the World Heritage Site. I maintain that the outcomes from this extended research programme have served to add to the importance of Thomas Hamilton's Royal High School rather than diminish it or the building's special interest. Set out in parts 1 and 2 of the Heritage Statement, this body of work provides a sound foundation upon which to develop the designs for the appellant schemes and to measure levels of impact on each of the heritage assets. I'd move on to topic 3, impacts on the listed building itself, on the setting of other listed buildings, on the conservation area, on the World Heritage Site, on the design landscape and other heritage receptors. My primary evidence of inquiry excludes the impact of the appellant schemes on the design landscape and heritage receptors. Neither does it extend to the conclusions of the EIA, over which evidence has been provided by Hannah Tweedy and Mark van Grieken. I take the opportunity to note here that a holistic view of the impact on historic environment assets have been taken involving a number of professional disciplines, and I note further that this does not always appear to have been taken into account in the responses of those opposed to the appellant schemes. Evaluating levels of impact on both scheme proposals is incorporated within parts 2 and 3 of the Heritage Statement. It became apparent to me from an early date that change to the special interest and setting of the principal listed building is unavoidable if it is to secure a sympathetic and sustainable use which addresses its current plight from the years of occasional use, present redundancy and neglect. The overriding issue to find a new or continuing use for the listed building is recognised in heritage policy and guidance. Hence, at all times through the development of the design, the focus had been to manage change through mitigating levels of impact that are appropriate and fully capable of being measured. It is recognised that policy guidance differs for how levels of impact are to be measured, and how the methodologies used have been adapted to the specific guidance has been clearly explained. Good practice is followed, amassed from a lifetime's experience. Detailed analysis is provided in respect of the impact of the proposals on the special interest and setting of the principal listed building. Levels of impact vary from being adverse to beneficial, but at no times are the assessments considered to be significantly adverse. The impact of Scheme 2 is considered to be less than Scheme 1, varying towards levels of impact that are noticeably more beneficial than adverse, often as a direct consequence of removing elements of the scheme design which would result in harm to or the loss of fabric known to be an authentic part of Hamilton's original design. Thus, coupled with a noticeable reduction in the massing of the west wing of the appellant's revised proposals, Scheme 2 displays the greater potential to enhance the heritage asset, and its setting. Through having due regard to the relative significance of the buildings on the site which had been erected after the school first opened, a robust case is put forward for their demolition. The arguments are set out cogently within the relevant policy guidance prevailing at the time. The overall conservation and economic benefits resulting from their loss are articulated. I provided evidence of inconsistencies in the manner in which the applications have been addressed in this respect, which in my view have had a material effect on the consideration of the appellant schemes. Part 3 of the Heritage Statement is in the form of a Heritage Impact Assessment and adopts a form of evaluation recognising current policy guidance. Focusing primarily but not exclusively on the impact of the appellant schemes on the OUV of the World Heritage Site, the evaluations made for the different categories of assessment are carried across between volumes to ensure consistency of approach. Underpinned by the levels of understanding set out in Parts 1 and 2 of the Heritage Statement, assessment of each of the views is informed by the understanding of the site, its setting, the other heritage assets within view, and the levels of impact upon them individually and collectively. It has been said by those opposed to the appellant schemes that the assessments are purely visual, but I have provided evidence to the inquiry as to why I believe this is not the case. Direct reference is made to the attributes that underpin the statement of outstanding universal value in respect of each of the views, which is married with the work carried out in the preparation of Parts 1 and 2 of the Heritage Statement. Hence it can be asserted that each of the assessments takes into account wider historic and cultural associations of what appears within the scene. The values adopted are not mine. They are enshrined in the then current World Heritage Site Management Plan. The methodology for assessment is based closely on the ICOMOS guidelines, of which I had direct experience already on major projects within Edinburgh's World Heritage Site, for which the methodology had been trialled. It allows for nuanced assessments of impact. The conclusions of the HIAs suggest that levels of impact on heritage assets appearing within the World Heritage Site are reduced for Scheme 2. Adverse impacts are anticipated in a relatively small number of key views, but they are counterbalanced by improvements which take into account a broad range of influencing factors, including conservation benefits, improvements to the public realm, and the wider social and economic benefits. Considered too are the mitigating effects of what bears the hallmarks of a truly imaginative, outstanding design which has been shaped from its immediate setting while focusing views towards the former school building at the head of the artificial platform that had been carved out of the rock. The setting of the building would be modified in a number of views, but I maintain that the design approach reinforces strongly how Hamilton intended his building to be seen within the wider landscape setting. For both schemes, the evaluations veer towards enhancing the World Heritage Site rather than detracting from it. I would state emphatically my view remains that the development should not in itself affect the status of the World Heritage Site. By the same careful process of assessment, it is also my view that the development would enhance the conservation area rather than cause harm to it. Others may have differing opinions, but these conclusions have been carefully considered and are the result of professional judgment based on a lifetime's experience. Although I form the view that Scheme 2 has less impact on heritage assets, I do recognise that Scheme 1 has the potential to deliver greater benefits for the urban realm, and these have been articulated by Professor Murray. In relation to Topic 3, concerning those aspects of the historic environment over which I have evaluated the likely impact of the appellant's schemes, I conclude levels of direct impact from interventions on the special interest and setting of the principal listed building vary from adverse to beneficial, but at no times are the impacts considered to be significantly adverse. No harm will be caused to the character and appearance of the conservation area, which will be preserved and enhanced. Taken overall, the balance of levels of impact on the OUV of the World Heritage Site is considered to veer towards beneficial, but in none of the views considered is the impact considered to be major adverse or at a level that should threaten the status of the World Heritage Site. With each of the aspects of the historic environment that I've evaluated, levels of impact for Scheme 2 on heritage assets would be less than Scheme 1. I could move to topic 4, the assessment of the consented RSHPT scheme, but restricted to the question of whether there are other options which would ensure a continuing beneficial use of the building with less impact on its special interest, as set out in HES policy statement paragraph 3.47C. The consented scheme for the music school prepared by the Royal High School Preservation Trust has been promoted widely as a saviour for this site without recognition of the validity of the lengthy process through which the appellants have gone. It appears only as a material consideration in the context of this inquiry on account of the relevant clause in the HESPs, because the appellant schemes are deemed to have an adverse or significantly adverse impact on the special interest of the building. I've given evidence in the inquiry which I believe illustrates how this assessment is prejudicial and flawed. I consider that the RSHPT scheme falls far short of providing a continuing beneficial use with less impact, which I will now explain. Central to the debate on respective merit lies an understanding of significance, of what Thomas Hamilton's carefully considered intentions were, of what has survived of them, and equally those elements considered to be harmful, as I have noted already. I know of no other iconic building of undoubted international significance for which an application has been lodged and for which the applicant's agents have admitted that they've had restricted information and access to the site in order to draw their conclusions. I submit that the lengthy list of matters that have not been consented is indicative of the inherent risks of not having understood the site appropriately. However, in my view, it also points to systemic failure in the heritage management process, from having sought to push the application through with such undue haste. I defer to the evidence given by Professor Taverner in this respect on behalf of the appellants. Had Hamilton's intentions been properly understood, then the willful destruction of the historic fabric that would be occasioned by forming the new entrance in his incomparably fine elevation to Regent Road should never have been contemplated. It was a sign of his architectural genius that Hamilton ensured that his imposing facade would be left imperforate in the area of the portico, but for the pair of foot gates at pavement level. Historically, this had never been the main entrance of the school. The RSHPT proposal not only reverses this deliberate architectural conceit, in its execution, it would destroy one of the key decorative elements of the facade and bring in the raised terrace to life. It would cause irreversible harm to one of the areas of the building where original fabric survives by imposing a new foyer below the former assembly hall. The cavern-like space so created would extend some considerable depth, which the volcanic bedrock would be removed, attracting all the attendant risks which have been articulated in Professor Taverner's evidence. The harm would extend to the setting of the principal listed building. As the main entrance of the school, Hamilton ensured that the north elevation would not be viewed as the elevation of least importance in his carefully considered architectural embellishment of each of the elevations. He set it off deliberately against the hillside to create whatever limited space was available, thereby increasing its visibility when seen from the higher ground above, and in particular from the repositioned Carlton Hill Drive leading to the summit of the hill, by filling in the gap with accommodation in this highly sensitive part of the site. Hamilton's clear intention of ensuring that views towards the north elevation would remain unimpeded on the principal approach in the west would be overridden. Views towards the temple at the head of the rise, the principal focus of his design, already interfered with from the addition of the Gate Lodge of 1885, to be retained in the RSHPT scheme would, in my opinion, be affected adversely. In relation to topic 4 concerning the consented RSHPT scheme, I conclude that the proposed new entrance below the portico on the principal elevation, even though designed to be substantially concealed from view from Regent Road, is contrary to Thomas Hamilton's intentions. Further, it would result in the loss of fabric that has high intrinsic authenticity in signalling the change, and hence result in damage to the attributes that make up the special interest of the listed building. Resulting from the extensive civil engineering works required for the creation of the proposed new foyer below the Assembly Hall, unnecessary risk would be caused to the ashlar masonry from which the former school has been finished on the principal elevations, which is of a superlative quality. The setting of the building would be adversely affected by the proposed new accommodation to the immediate north of the former school building. The larger part of the retaining wall, revealed as a consequence of removing the gymnasium building, which had been an integral component of Hamilton's design, and a conservation benefit common to this and both of the appellant schemes, would be obscured by new development within the former East Playground. It cannot be said, therefore, that the proposal would result in a continuing beneficial use of the building with less impact on its special interest.
Mr. Wright, could I just ask you one question, please, for the benefit of those that haven't looked at the plans of this matter. In relation to the north elevation, how close are the buildings proposed by the Trust, firstly in relation to the north elevation, and secondly in relation to the structural supporting wall on the north side?
My reading of the drawings is that the accommodation which is attached to the north wall obliterates much of the height of that wall, and towards the east end of the site it extends to 2 stories and roughly follows the line of the cope. In terms of the space which is occupied by that, it does not touch the north elevation, but the profile varies in plan such that it would be no longer possible to view the whole of the north elevation, in my view, as Hamilton had intended.
But did you indicate that the buildings are attached to the north structural retaining wall?
My reading of the drawings is that they are attached to it.
And if they're not actually attached, they're so close as to make little difference in practical terms, is that right?
Yes, because they would have an impact on the setting of that element of the design within the site boundaries.
And just remind me of this, is that wall a part of the A listing?
The wall has to be part of the A listing even though it is not mentioned, or that part of the wall and the Belvedere are not mentioned within the statutory list, the notes accompanying the statutory list entry. But I'm sure there'll be general agreement that they would have to be considered to be part of the A listing.
Conclusion section 28, paragraph 28, please.
I've highlighted to the inquiry where, in my view, the many areas in which the reasons put forward for refusal are in ignorance of the case articulated in support of the appellant schemes. I've highlighted the reasoned arguments that followed on from the workshop process of 2014 and how the design evolved, having careful regard to them. I've highlighted also where, in my view, the presumption that the scheme cannot satisfy the requirements laid down in the HESPs and other policy guidance is not founded upon sound reasoning. From the evidence I presented in relation to the topics identified above, I submit to the inquiry that the appeals lodged by the appellant should be granted.
And Mr. Wright, could you turn, please, to your rebuttal precognition and go straight to page 3.
I just ask for advice from the reporter? Should I, to help the inquiry, read in the clause, the specific clause references? It may assist identifying what those are, who may be following the evidence.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Rebuttals in the rebuttals that follow, the numbers on the left, which I will read out, reflect either to clause numbers in the precognition or respective paragraph numbers and pages to which the comment is directed. The City of Edinburgh Council, Ewan McMeekan. 4.4. I note that Mr. McMeekan seeks to deny the value of the guidance set out in new design and historic settings. This appears to be inconsistent, as he recognises in the next clause that the pre-application advice prepared by David Given took cognizance of the document. 4.5. Clause 4.26 of my inquiry report states exactly the opposite, that I considered that report given by Mr. Given was done in the spirit of being helpful. 4.16. The approach adopted in the Heritage Statement regarding levels of impact on the special interest and setting of the principal listed building has been clearly set out in Section 6 of Part 2 of the Heritage Statement and has been adapted to be consistent with changes in managing change guidance published in 2016. In order to consider all possible impacts in a balanced way, a distinction is made between those elements of new building in contact with external fabric of the principal listed building and the bedroom wings which are visually separated from it. 4.19. I am perplexed by the assertion that the terms conservation-based or conservation-led have not been used in the reports to committee. For example, for Scheme 1, the terms appear no less than on 10 occasions in relation to the planning application and on 8 occasions in relation to the application of a listed building consent, accepting that the use of these terms is not always by CEC. The entries using the same terms recorded for Scheme 2 are greater, 11 and 11 respectively. 4.20. The HIA is embedded in the EIA process and is appended to the environmental statement, ES. The HIA methodology evolved to ensure that a more nuanced judgment of impact would be made in respect of the impact of the appellant schemes on the OUV of the World Heritage Site. This is entirely in accordance with the published guidance. 4.21. Assessments of the impact from the loss of listed buildings are addressed separately in Part 2 of the Heritage Statement. Justification for their removal is not provided for in the HIA, other than to note in the reasoning against an individual view where wider conservation benefits may flow from their removal. 4.37. I've answered the point regarding lodging an application to HES for a building to be delisted in 5.5.4 of my inquiry report. I would add that at no time prior to the applications being lodged for either scheme was this requested by CEC or HES. On the contrary, it has been actively discouraged because of the high level of the project, high profile of the project. Council, Julie Waldron. 7.3. Encountering what has been postulated as a weakness in the baseline evidence, a highly developed analysis of the characteristics of the monuments on Carlton Hill and their spatial relationship of the former Royal High School with them is set out in various parts of the Heritage Statement. Historic Environment Scotland, Stephen Robb. I preface my remarks on Mr. Robb's precognition by noting that he has, particularly throughout Clause 19, taken quotations from the appellant's Heritage Statement out of context and putting them forward as fact in support of HES's argument. I take the strongest exception to this and trust that the reporters will examine the full context in which the words in italics were used and how this can distort meaning to the advantage of HES's evidence. 19E. I fully accept that the misunderstanding is mine regarding the phasing of the various jail buildings. However, when writing the historical background, I can confirm that Mr. Robb's understanding had been mine also. Elliott's jail building is noted correctly to the west of Robert Adams' Bridewell. Thomas Hamilton would have been well aware that a jail was to occupy the eastern end of the site when designing the Royal High School, for which a 4-storey design is ventured on Kirkwood's map of 1819. Most of the maps of the city prepared during the 1820s show the site clearly allocated for a debtor's jail. I am not alone in the confusion. Patterson and Rock, when describing the plate in their book on the Edinburgh photographer Thomas Begbie, attribute the Eastern Jail to Eliot. This image is reproduced in Part 1 of the Heritage Statement, but critically it confirms that the original portal design by Eliot, which had preceded Hamilton's design for the Royal High School, had not been altered. Dr. Middleton, 28. In the literal assessment of the architectural design elements, the understanding of the landscape in which the Royal High School sits, the changes to the topography that have resulted from the hand of man rather than of nature may have been overlooked. Thus the inclined planes of Stevenson's Road and of the carriageways and pleasure walks cut into the side of the hill add significantly to the visual interest rather than detract from it. Hamilton was responding to the site by using classical symmetry, balanced by asymmetry in the intelligent manner in which his design responds to the setting. I make the observation that the design of the new wings follows the same principles, using the contextual features that I have described as inspiration for the final design solution. Susan Denyer, 22. The exclusion is set out clearly in the clause that Ms. Denyer refers to by reference to Part 2 of the Heritage Statement, where the direct impacts are assessed. It is repeated in the navigation pane provided at the beginning of Part 3 of the Heritage Statement. It is apparent from the reasoning set out in relation to the views that the impact of the proposed extensions on the setting of the principal listed building has been fully assessed and forms part of the evaluation. 49. I've set out in clause 5.3.54 of my inquiry report the broader planning context in which the potential harm to the OUV of a World Heritage Site may have to be balanced against other considerations. This is recognised in the ICOMOS guidelines to which I draw attention. Architectural Heritage Society for Scotland, John Lowry. 2.3. The status of the Heritage Statement is unequivocal. It has not been prepared as a piece of academic research and is tailored specifically to suit the purpose of a planning application. As can be demonstrated in the responses that follow, all of the sources in the bibliography can be referenced fully. I do not entirely disagree with 3.2. I do not entirely disagree with Mr. Lowry regarding Craig's awareness of potential links beyond the boundaries of the first new town, but I maintain what has been stated in the first paragraph of Essay 1, particularly in relation to the lack of resolution of the urban grid at the east end of his plan. Craig's design for St James Square of 1773, prepared for a speculative developer outside the royalty, severely compromised the clarity of his own plan. This is set out in the Heritage Report I prepared for the St James Quarter. It is therefore of interest to note how Thomas Hamilton saw the opportunity to resolve this urban problem when preparing his design for the first Royal High School of 1824. 3.5. The assertion that sources are quoted without analysis being given to them is patently untrue. In relation to Sir Albert Richardson, while I've noted the high status shared with St George's Hall, a building I know very well, I've quoted in full from his inspired description of the former Royal High School for what it tells us about the site. It is an evaluation that I happen to uphold. 4.2. I accept fully the situation regarding the phasing of the building of the prison as noted above in relation to the rebuttal of Mr. Robb's recognition. As to the relative prominence of Thomas Hamilton's building in the background of the jail buildings and the encircling walls, it is instructive to examine other early photographs showing Carlton Hill as seen from different locations on the North Bridge. I draw attention to the fact that the visibility of the former Royal High School changed again after the erection of St Andrew's House. 4.5. I contend that one's ability to see the Royal High School on the approach from the west, from the first new town, has not been played down, but that it has been placed properly in perspective. 2 images extracted from the Ordnance Survey map of 1852 have been overmarked to show sightlines towards the west elevation on key points on the journey, They confirm that no more than 2/3 of the elevation could be glimpsed at any one time until the point of arrival. Views would have been curtailed by mature shrubs planted to improve the amenity in front of the walls of the gale. The second extract from the same map shows what Hamilton had intended to be seen when approaching the school from this direction, free of all encumbrances. However, what might have been appreciated in 1829 changed over time and is now materially different. The point can be illustrated by examining how the site appears now, and that relatively little is visible of the west elevation of the principal listed building. The importance of the approach from the west is fully recognised in the assessments made in Part 3 of the Heritage Statement, for which each view in succession on Waterloo Place is accorded a high value. 5.2. I do not agree that the achievements of William Stark have been played down, and note that there are no less than 30 references to him in the Heritage Statement. Analysis of Stark's front and flank is critical to appreciating the setting of the building. Hamilton's awareness of his dictum is apparent in the way his building is viewed, with the interrupted sight of the temple at the head of the rise, which I've referred to above. The significance of the phrase and its relevance does not appear to have been recognised in either of the LDN conservation plans. I see no grounds to suggest that Stark's writings were ignored, 5.3, or misunderstood. A number of sources were referred to, and among them I note that A.J. Youngson dedicates a number of pages to his undoubted influence in his seminal book on Edinburgh's classical development. 5.4. I do not agree that notions of the urban picturesque have been overlooked in seeking to understand the site. A number of source references have been used, one of them a key publication of 1953 in which the topic is introduced and addressed at some length. 6.7. I contend that the association of the site with Scottish political life has not been ignored or played down in the Heritage Statement, but rather that has been put into perspective in respect of the physical changes that resulted from the proposals to convert the building in the late 1970s. The associations are clearly set out in essays 5 and 6 of the Heritage Statement, and I draw attention to the paragraph in the Statement of Significance that refers to this. 7.3. Following on from the above, the significance of the changes to the fabric of the building relating to its anticipated political use is recognised in Principle 25 of the Conservation Strategy for the site. Architectural Heritage Society, Peter Drummond. 4.4. I consider that appropriate weight should be given to the evidence set out in Clause 9 of my precognition regarding the status of the conservation principles and how they were used and tested in the development of the design. Their purpose unequivocally had not been to help the decision maker in the processing of the appellant schemes, but to assist the designer in the development of the scheme. Principle 8 recognises that there are detrimental factors affecting the current setting of the former Royal High School building and St Andrew's House, which any scheme for the redevelopment of the site should seek to overcome. Importantly, it does not rule out having no building at all on the western playground. Principle 15 recognises that the temple is the primary focus of Thomas Hamilton's design when seen from all directions. 5.6. Arguments in support of the demolition of the ancillary buildings on the site are set out cogently in Part 2 of the Heritage Statement and in considerable detail in the appendix to the document. These are structured to reflect each of the HESP's clauses in turn, it is inarguably the case that economic realities must be taken into account as the guidance documents recognise, and that a balance is not only needed but is sometimes inevitable. Coalition, Adam Wilkinson. I note that in the following the references are to the page first and the paragraph number second. Page 2, paragraph 2. Throughout the page of the Heritage Statement, I doubt that the significance of Thomas Hamilton's masterpiece could be placed any higher, and challenge the view that its international significance has been overlooked. If the criticism is to be levied at me, then it should be directed also at key authors writing on the Greek Revival style and its influence. I note that the international importance of the building is absent from the statement of special significance, that special interest, prepared by Historic Scotland. That is not to deny the international significance that I have recognised in the above. I disagree that the prominence and significance of the building has been diminished in the descriptions referred to in relation to the conservation area, inventory of gardens and design landscapes, and the World Heritage Site, and consider that a measured view has been taken. I note that no reference has been made to the final entry in the gazetteer referred to by Mr. Wilkinson, where matters deemed to be detrimental to the setting of the principal listed building are also identified. I deal further with the matter of setting below. On the matter of the setting of Greek Revival buildings in urban conditions, I consider that the use of Greek Revival features in architecture which is contemporary of the former Royal High School is rather more complex than Mr. Wilkinson has set out, of which, for instance, mention has been made in the description of the adjoining Regent Terrace. The former school building is not a freestanding temple, as is, for example, Hamilton's design for the Burns Monument. Its purpose had been for a school which is reflected strongly in its architectural form and layout. It is also a composition of great complexity, set to best advantage on level terraces, and Hamilton sculpted out of the site in which temple forms are integrated and adapted. Early historic photographs confirm the extent to which the retaining wall at the northeast corner of the site is an architectural device that links the central part of his composition and the focus of it visually with Playfair's Regent Terrace to the immediate east. This confirms to me that Hamilton had been significantly less worried about the visual separation for his building now being postulated for the site. Page 3, paragraph 3. Nowhere is it argued that redundancy of use has lessened the special interest of the building, but it is demonstrably the case that a lack of effective maintenance has caused damage to the fabric. If unchecked, over time this will have a damaging effect on work of supreme quality. A distinction is clearly drawn between this and those works of alteration carried out in the 1970s, which it is claimed have damaged the authenticity of the interiors of the former school. Page 3, paragraph 4. Observations set out above on the relationship between the former Royal High School and other heritage receptors are based on a thorough examination of how the site was shaped to create the effect that Hamilton was seeking to increase the presence of his building within the wider landscape. This permeates all three parts of the heritage statement. It is strongly refuted that this aspect of significance has not been evaluated and understood. A thorough and balanced approach has been adopted. There are numerous references to the importance of setting of the building in Part 1 of the Heritage Statement alone, and in particular I would draw the attention of the inquiry to how the matter of setting is introduced at the very beginning of the document. This reflects upon the extensive discussions on the setting of the building within the wider landscape within the workshop process during 2014. While I could draw upon many other examples, the description of temples within landscape settings as a recurring feature of Greek Revival architecture is also addressed in the text, and is closely aligned with the subject matter introduced by Mr. Wilkinson in his topic paper. Page 5, paragraph 6. The scoping report, which set out the draft contents of the Heritage Impact Assessment, had been made available to the City of Edinburgh Council as early as the workshop held on the 10th of December 2014. I note that Mr Wilkinson was not present at it. The requirements of the ICOMOS guidelines have been met in this respect. Page 8, paragraph 4. I consider that it is wrong to state that the appellant's concerns are primarily about cumulative visual impact. I do not believe that they are. In my inquiry reporting clauses 610 and 611, I refer to other factors that I consider have been brought to bear on the manner in which the applications for the appellant schemes have been assessed. I surmise that there may therefore be agreement on this front. The coalition Terry Leventhal, page 2, paragraph 6. Having read the report prepared in 1904 by Henry Kerr, the reasons he gives for advising that the former Royal High School will be unsuited for refreshed use for the National Gallery of Scotland relate more to the difficulties of accommodating the height required for natural lighting to suit the successful display of artworks. Although Kerr refers to the potential difficulties overextending the site, he does not refer to the West Playground directly. Page 6, paragraph 4. I consider the statement to be incorrect. Primary justification is in accordance with the relevant clauses of the HESPs by paying particular regard to clauses defining the intelligent management of change and the value ascribed to the historic environment. Hence the relevant clauses have been applied rigorously in making the case on behalf of the appellants. Coalition, Dr. Kirsten Carter McKee. 3b, there can be no disagreement over the attribution of the unfinished observatory building to James Craig. The account matches that given to the building in 3.3 of the Gazetteer, in Part 2 of the Heritage Statement. 3d, the form of the upturned telescope refers to how the structure had been popularly described, by which it was often vilified in the 19th century when compared with other monuments on the hill. This is all as noted in the text. The association is reaffirmed by Miss McKee herself. 4b, I have answered the point in the rebuttal to Mr. Robb's precognition, 19e above. I repeat here that the reference in the Heritage Statement is correct, that the new jail was erected to the west of the Bridewell and not the east, as is being claimed. 4c, in studying the perspective prepared by Hamilton, views from the west are clearly important, even though the viewpoint may be an imaginary one. This is reflected also in the number of historic views towards the site from afar. In terms of the approach along Stevenson's Road from Waterloo Place, the achievements of Stark, Stevenson and Eliot are clearly set out, while the manner in which Hamilton responded to Stark's dictum of a front and a flank is also addressed. Due weight is given to Colin McWilliam's perambulation describing the approach to the site from the west. I do not agree that this aspect of significance, this aspect of understanding the site has been played down, and I note that this is reflected in the weighting given to the views looking west in Part 3 of the Heritage Statement. 7b, I've rebutted this point already in the foregoing, but would note here that the particular view referred to here is a specific one, for which the context is provided fully in the paragraph from which the quotation has been taken. I contend that the selection of this quotation is misleading and that a more balanced, evidence-based approach has been adopted. 7g, I consider it unhelpful for Miss McKee to quote from obscure sources as though they are fact, and implying that it is a failing of the appellant's documents that they should have been known about. I draw attention in this respect to the assertion that the watercolour, widely attributed to Hamilton and Roberts, which she also recognises in her own work, is by Thomas Allen. Being more familiar than most with the work of Allen, I question this, but it is surely unreasonable to assume that a researcher should be aware of an attribution if it is not in the public domain. 8c. The weight given to Eliot's architectural treatment of Waterloo Place is recognised in the Heritage Statement, with attention drawn to the elegant manner in which it terminated with the Carlton convening rooms, which suggested transition through a change of urban scale. This is as it should be, as the part of the development closest to the heart of the new town. Despite the generous width and inclusion of shrubs to the front walls of the Gale, by the time that the Royal High School opened, this must have been an episode on a journey that had to be endured until the view over the Old Town and Salisbury Crags could be revealed fully and enjoyed. Whatever attempts have been made to improve amenity, the last part of the journey westwards would have been somewhat dour, an impression conveyed in the image of the 1880s incorporated in Part 1 of the Heritage Statement. This image also indicates that the processional routes were in both directions, from east into the new town and west from it.
Mr. Wright, thank you very much. I have no additional questions.
Thanks for that. That's 11:35. Would either Mr. Wright or Mr. Thompson prefer a short break, or are you both happy to proceed to cross-examination? Mr. Wright?
I would prefer a short break if
Okay.
I could, just to gather my thoughts.
That's fine. Okay, in that case, let's take a 10-minute break and start again at 11:50. Thanks. Started. Just to let people know, we discovered there that the supporters bar on the ground floor is being opened for us during the day, where you can get refreshments of your choice, we understand, although perhaps not food, sadly, but that's on the ground floor just at the far end of the building. Okay, we're going on to have cross-examination of Mr. Wright. Mr. Thompson, over to you. We'll be looking to have a break for lunch sometime round about 1ish, so perhaps you could indicate an appropriate time for that.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I have a number of questions, most of which aren't intended to be in any way critical of any of the work that you've done or of the views that you've expressed. But there are a number of matters that I would like to understand better, and I wonder if you can help me to do that. It concerns how a lot of the documents fit together, who was doing what, and how various issues have been addressed by your team. And I propose to start by looking at the HIA, which I understand is to be found in core documents 197, 198 and 199 in relation to Scheme 2. So it would be extremely helpful if we can all get set up with those, first of all.
It would be also helpful if my learned friend could indicate any other document numbers, and we could have them ready for the witness if there was a list. And the same thing would apply to anyone else who's going to cross-examine. We could, if we were forewarned, we could save time by having documents ready.
I will try to do that perhaps at lunchtime. But to start with, 197, 198 and 199, and perhaps to have available, but not necessarily immediately, the corresponding documents for Scheme 1, which are 47, 48, 49 and 50 of the core documents. The other principal documents I'll be hoping to go through with you are your inquiry report, your precognition and the rebuttals precognition, I think you've got at least the last two of those to hand. So it's really just the inquiry report that we'll need. But I propose to start with 197, 198 and 199. And as general background, I understand that you were brought into the team in May 2014.
That is correct.
Yeah. And could I ask who the team comprised at that time in the way of architects and planners?
You're testing my memory a little. But the team at that stage would have been, and my introduction to the project was through Gareth Hoskins, who was leading the project on behalf of Gareth Hoskins Architects, as they were at that time before their name changed. The team also, in terms of the planning consultant, was Gary Mappin at that stage, and I can't think of many other, apart from the client's organisation, I cannot think of many other consultants who are engaged at that time.
I think we'll see as we go through some of the documents the order in which some people certainly came on board. And when you first joined the team at that stage in May 2014, what was the client brief?
The client brief, I think it is answered in my inquiry report as to how I became involved.
I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. What I wanted to know was what was the client requirement? What sort of building did they want to have?
The building was the same basis as to the brief that was developed for the workshop process at that time.
I don't mean to be difficult, but what was that?
Well, at that time it was for a hotel of a very high standard, and it was a development of the competition process, is my understanding, which was to be tested against the workshop process thereafter.
Before the workshop process began, was there a minimum room requirement or floor area for the proposed hotel?
I'm not qualified to comment on that. I do not know is the answer.
Thank you. Before we go any further, there's a question of how we define the hotel that we're all going to be talking about. You said a high quality. The expression 6-star is also prominent in the various papers. My understanding is that there's no AA or Michelin Guide definition of what a 6-star hotel is. But your clients have kindly produced in the documents AP3 at page 7, which contains a definition, and you don't need to look at it right now, but it contains a definition of a 6 or 7-star hotel. And if I use the expression 6-star hotel, I will be making reference to the definition that's to be found in AP3 at page 7. Although it may be debatable whether such a thing's more readily definable in any other way. At the stage of your initial involvement, apart from the workshops that were going to take place, am I right in thinking that your clients and your team were engaged in putting together the EIA, or doing the EIA work with a view to putting together an ES?
No, there's no. That was not a consideration at that time. The workshop process that we were embarking upon would be to test the brief as it was emerging against policy and guidance, and from there on, and I think the decision that this would become an ES was made at a later date once all the facts were known about at the end of the workshop process.
Can you help me then on roughly when the EIA was identified as a requirement and work on it began?
My recollection of this, and I can't be 100% certain of the facts, was that it would have been at the end of the workshop process or during the pre-consultation period when the need for an environmental statement was established as part of that.
And I think we know that was sometime in the early part or spring of 2015.
That's correct, yeah.
If we could fast forward then to that point in time, the spring of 2015, by that time it was intended to make an application for planning permission and for listed building consent, and the need for an EIA was recognised. Is that correct?
It's my recollection that it was.
And because the proposals were in a World Heritage Site, consideration had to be given to how to address that matter in the context of an EIA.
I think not just in terms of the EIA, but there would have been consideration of using the vehicle of an HIA, which was certainly raised during the workshop process. It would have been raised by me as something that would need to be addressed, without regard to whether there's a requirement for an ES or not.
I think we can see from the ICOMS guidelines the reasons why an ordinary EIA wouldn't be likely to be adequate to address the requirements of assessing the impact on a World Heritage Site.
Yes, that's correct. It's stated within the document itself as to why environmental statements are not always appropriate for a case such as that.
And again, forgive my ignorance, but is it roughly to do with the need to assess the impact on the OUV of the site, which is a global impact, as it were, on something which is rather different from the constituent parts, such as conservation areas and listed buildings, which one's more familiar with finding assessed in an EIA?
Yes, that's correct.
So you became actively involved in preparing the HIA part of the ES.
Yes.
And I think we can see from the scoping report that the original intention had been to have the HIA in 3 parts, and that 2 of those parts morphed into Heritage Statement 1 and Heritage Statement 2, and the 3rd part became the HIA. Is that broadly correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were the author of all 3 of those parts, clearly.
Yes.
Now, as I say, the purpose of the HIA was to look at the impact on the OUV of the World Heritage Site.
It was primarily, but it's also a vehicle to take into account the potential impact on other designations, and these are defined within Part 2 of the Heritage Statement.
What I'm wondering, though, is whether the regard that one has to have to the impacts on other elements, listed buildings in the conservation area, may be slightly different from the impact on those elements of the OUV.
Yes, and that is recognised in the methodology which is adopted for the Heritage Statement. It's made clear that designations will be different, and therefore the measurement of impact on those designations may have to be treated in a different way.
Is there any other part of the environmental statement where the impacts on listed buildings and the conservation areas are considered and the statutory requirements assessed?
I would need to refer to the navigation pane which is set at the beginning of the HIA and for each of the documents, which gives an indication as to where subjects are dealt with within the broad spectrum of the documentation that has been prepared.
Perhaps at some stage you could refresh yourself and just let me know the answer to that. I'm not trying to be difficult again, it's just I don't have access at the moment to a computer, and I find that navigating through the documents individually doesn't always give the clearer picture that actually familiarity with the document itself may give.
I do understand that, sir. It is. I think I recognise that for Scheme 2 there was an issue after having done Scheme 1 of identifying exactly where the assessments were within the whole suite of documents. And because of that, that is where the navigation pane came in, that I hoped had set that out quite clearly as to where the information could be found.
I'm afraid it's a tool that I haven't yet found. Could I ask you then, please, to turn to page 5 of CD 197, Understanding the Site. And there in paragraph 1.1 you set out the three parts. Am I right in thinking that the EIA process is to do with the grant of planning permission rather than directly with the assessment of listed building consent, in the sense that the EIA regulations set a trigger for granting planning permission which requires assessment of environmental information, which includes an ES. So the actual threshold in relation to an ES is in relation to planning permission.
I have to say, sir, I'm not an expert on environmental statements, which is why assistance was sought in that matter to deal with the scoping issues that had been set that came out of the process. It's not my expertise, and I do not claim to have that expertise.
That's very helpful, thank you. Are you aware in the most general terms that two of the purposes of environmental impact assessment and the resultant ES is to provide necessary environmental information to the decision maker, and also to enable public participation in the decision making process through awareness of the environmental issues?
I do have that awareness of the expectations from preparing an environmental statement.
Thank you. Could I ask you, please, to turn to page 97 in the same document, where we move on to part 5 and the conservation strategy.
Could I ask you, sir, to confirm which document we're referring to?
I'm so sorry, I'm still in 197, which is part 1 of the heritage statement. First of all, I understand that you're the author of the conservation strategy.
Yes, I am, yeah.
And of the 29 conservation principles.
Yes.
Am I right also in understanding that, in general terms, some of these conservation principles were canvassed in the workshops?
Yes, that's correct. They do reflect a process that had taken place, and this was at the end of that process.
And by the time you came to compile these 3 documents, and I'm thinking now of the first version, the 2015 ones, at the end of the workshop process, what was the scale of the building that your clients wanted?
The scale of the building, as it stood at the beginning of 2015, was, as I understand it, around 150 bedrooms or thereabouts. There would have been changes made to the plans in terms of the detailed planning that followed on from that, but that would have been my understanding.
And is it your understanding that that requirement of 150 bedrooms or thereabouts emerged from the workshop process, or had it been constant throughout the workshop process?
It had been something which, at least from my understanding, had been fairly constant, but not constant to the point that other solutions were not looked at in terms of both their viability and the number of bedrooms, in terms of options appraisals, to see how that might be accommodated on the site. So I certainly didn't go through that exercise believing that it was a single brief that had to be met over that process.
And when you started to compile the HIA and the conservation strategy, was it your understanding that 150 bedrooms was the minimum requirement for financial viability for the proposed 6-star hotel?
It was shaping up to be that way, but it may not have been a precise number because, as I indicated before, it was constantly moving, and part of that moving is looking at the impact on heritage assets and so forth. It's not an exercise that was done in a vacuum, in isolation. It's constantly moving.
I should make clear that I'm not worried about a few bedrooms either way. It's an order of magnitude that I'm interested in at this stage. So that was the order of magnitude that you had in mind when you compiled the conservation strategy and the 29 principles in the first version in 2015.
yes, that is so. It came out of that process.
And could you explain for me how conservation principles like this emerge from a client requirement? In other words, for a 6-star hotel of the order of 150 bedrooms, how do you get from that requirement to conservation principles like this?
I'm trying to understand the question in that the conservation principles I'm not sure I understand the question. Perhaps if you could pose that again.
Yes, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I had understood that in earlier years there had been conservation plans for this building, which had been framed in the context of quite different proposals for the building. And I didn't see that you had taken those plans and principles and said, well, I'll just run with these. And I had rather assumed from that, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that the conservation principles reflected, at least to some degree, the proposal that you have in mind.
They reflect the proposal, but they also reflect an understanding, a growing understanding of the site. I think that's the important point I would want to make. And I think what I've made quite clear in the documentation is that there were certainly concerns about the scope and the content of the conservation plans that have been prepared beforehand, which is irrespective of the brief that was coming forward at that time. So the conservation principles, to a degree, not only reflect what was known to be an emerging proposal at that time, but also that knowledge which had been gained from the point at which I was appointed.
Sorry, again, it's just my curiosity, but I see that they're set out as, first of all, 10 conservation benefits, and then 19 principles that comprise the conservation strategy. And I was intrigued by number 14, which is to do with the height of any new development. And it rang a chord because it's very like the local development plan policy to do with the height of buildings, but it's not quite the same. And I wondered if these principles were intended to reflect policy requirements, or if it was pure coincidence, or how these things work.
Throughout the workshop process, there would have been an awareness of how the policy principles are being regarded by CEC by those who are attending the workshops. That would have been fed into the whole process. So there is an awareness of that, but equally there's an awareness of specific requirements that would apply to the site in which, from certain views, development of a certain size might prove to be problematic in terms of the impact it would have. So it's understanding that broad basis, but then narrowing it down to things that are more appropriate to this site.
I suppose that brings me to the more general question. Once you've got your 29 principles, what do you do with them?
Well, the principles are there. It's an informed opinion on the matters that will need to be addressed in the development of the design. It is no more than that. It's not something which endorses policy. It works on the basis of some broader conservation principles that are brought into this, and it's set out as a framework to be developed. It's something which reflects a point in time, and after that time it's really then how the scheme evolves and whether the principles that are set out here are taken into account.
And I take it that at some stage someone in the team applies their minds to what the actual policy requirements and other statutory requirements are.
I think everyone is doing that all the time. They aren't produced in a vacuum. So as the team meets, then it is considering all of those matters and taking them all into account rather than taking a particular matter which is then elaborated upon.
I don't mean to labour the point, but I just wonder how helpful it was to have a conservation principle which was similar to but distinctly different from the related policy.
Well, at the outset, in this document, I make it clear that these would have to be tested against policy. They're not standalone things. They are matters to be taken into account. And as in my own work in terms of listed buildings and so forth, that and I think Principle 26 makes that quite clear that there would be justification which is needed, which would have to meet that policy and guidance.
So are these 29 principles intended to assist the design team?
That is the primary purpose of it.
Now, thinking about the differences for a moment between the 2015 29 principles and the 2017 29 principles, were there intended to be any significant differences?
No, I didn't see them as having that purpose. They marked a point in time. So there's a continuity that comes from all of that in terms of looking at the overall picture as to how the scheme developed, on which there's narrative, things like the reasons for refusal coming in, which sets out the policy, and then all of those matters were reviewed. But these don't change to reflect that.
One minor point that I couldn't help noticing was that in the 2015 version, there are several references to extensions, which in the 2017 version have disappeared altogether, and expressions like new development or wings appear, and the word extension has apparently been airbrushed out. Is there a reason for that?
I don't think so. I think it's trying to ensure that there's consistency with the tests, and having gone through the process through the Scheme 1, I would have come to a view that it's clearer to put it down in a different way, so then referring to the policy test.
Had it been decided by the preparation of Stage 2 that extensions weren't such a good idea and that something slightly more detached would be appropriate and more likely to fit in with the various policy and perhaps HIA requirements?
I'm not aware of that, because the wings for Scheme 1 were also detached.
Well, we can see from the plans the extent to which they were and the configuration, but that's perhaps one possibility.
Sorry, could you remind me what the possibility was?
To play down in the second scheme the extent to which the two buildings to the east and west were to be considered as extensions to the Hamilton building.
I'm not aware that it was played down as such, that it was a conscious decision.
Thank you. Could I ask you then, please, to move on to Core Document 198, Part 2 of the Heritage Statement. as I understand it, having understood the site in part 1, in part 2 you then go on to evaluate the proposals against legislation and policy guidance. And the heading on page 8 at section 2 is context relevant historic environment legislation and guidance. Is there a reason why policies aren't included in that heading?
Not sure I've understood the point.
We know, for example, in relation to listed building consent, that there are statutory requirements in section 14 of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act of 1997, and they don't give detailed guidance on how that judgment is to be assessed. But we find that in guidance published by HE, or the HES-PS guidance published by HES. So that's guidance related to a statutory requirement. And that heading might be thought to be absolutely appropriate to that scenario. Whereas in planning terms, there are statutory requirements about what has to be considered, what weight has to be given to the development plan, things of that nature, which one might not immediately think of as matters of guidance, but rather of statutory requirement. And I was just wondering what was influencing you, or what we should expect to find in this part of this document.
The approach that was adopted here was to deal with national matters, things that are set out in the Act and so forth, and then to deal with the local plan issues and any variations with them at the end of the document.
Yeah. And again, I don't mean to nitpick, but I just wondered if there was any significance that sections 14 and 64 of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act weren't mentioned in 2.2. Both of which would clearly be relevant both to the Listed Building Consent application and to the planning permission.
There's no reason that I'm aware of to leave them out.
Okay. Now, turning to page 10, you're referring, as you say, to national planning guidance in the form of SPP of 2014. And you sections 141 and 143 of SPP, that's at paragraphs 2.3.4 and 2.3.5. You don't make reference to paragraph 142, which is the one dealing with enabling development. Is there any significance to the fact that at this stage in this document you're not referring or founding on paragraph 142 in relation to enabling development?
I'm not aware of at any stage during the pre-application process or during the workshop process that the question of enabling development was ever brought up.
And it wasn't part of your case at this stage?
I wouldn't have regarded it as being so.
Thank you. moving to page 21, if I may. You're referring to various documents in the Managing Change series. Page 21, we get to Managing Change World Heritage, which for your notes says is CD 503. Am I right in understanding that Managing Change document is concerned with planning permission rather than listed building consent?
Without looking at the document in detail, that would be my.
I'm happy that we should look at it if we can get a copy for you. It's CD 503.
I see nothing that relates to list of buildings.
Yes.
List of buildings in there.
The provision that I'd had in mind was at the end of the key issues, number 5 suggested that it was concerned with planning permission. I confess I find all these documents hard to follow, and I don't want to take advantage of you in any way.
No, I am aware of that requirement, and what is written in the local plan, which relates to that.
Yes. Then at section 2.8 over the page at page 23, you set out various local planning policies and guidance, and I think there you're referring to the policy itself as the policy and the accompanying text in the local development plan as the guidance. So where you refer to ENV1, that's the policy, and then clause 172 is what you're terming guidance.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if one could turn on, we see ENV 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and my question is, what happened to ENV 11, the one about special landscape areas? Which I think was one of the reasons for refusal in both sets of applications.
I would consider that beyond my expertise to comment on special landscape areas.
But you wouldn't have any qualms about important remains and archaeological significance?
No, because that is historic environment, and that as opposed to natural environment, and I draw a distinction between those two.
I understand. So, if that's to be dealt with, it's to be dealt with by someone else and not in the heritage statement.
That's correct. So, yeah.
And I think we see the same point when we get to section 3, which begins at page 37, where you set out to list, I assumed exhaustively, the other designated assets. Starting with the former Royal High School building itself at 3.2, the Gate Lodge, the former gymnasium, then at 3.3, the buildings and monuments on Colton Hill and their setting, the various, then St Andrew's House at 3.4, the Governor's House, 3.5, Regent Road and Regent Terrace, Holyrood Palace at 3.6, historic townscape values at 3.7, prominent buildings on page 49, 3.8, the inventory of gardens and designed landscapes, and then 3.9, the World Heritage Site. Again, I was just surprised not to find the special landscape area included in that list.
I would consider I've given the answer to that is beyond my expertise. I am looking primarily at historic environment assets.
And the gardens and designed landscapes counts as part of that?
It's part of the historic environment.
Thank you. And then turning on to page 80 at paragraph 6.6.1. You explain there that you're looking only here at policies where the test is different and more demanding than in relation to the OUP assessment. Is that right?
Sorry, has the question been asked?
Well,
Yeah.
could you just explain why you're going on to look again at policies ENV 3 and 4? In other words, what are you explaining in 6.6.1?
I'm explaining here specific matters that relate to the subject that is being looked at. So if it is either setting or, in this case, alterations or extensions, I'm bringing in the development plan issues so that they're not overlooked in that assessment.
Again, forgive me, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm struggling slightly to understand. you've rehearsed certain policies, including ENV3 and ENV4, and you say that you're looking at these because you're focusing on those areas where the policy requirements may be interpreted differently or may be considered to be more onerous. My question is, than what?
Well, I think the answer may be found in the preceding sections, which relate to a detailed analysis of these subjects and in terms of the national guidance, which is the HESP's guidance. So this is taking those issues now and looking at them in case there are any differences of how that might be interpreted through the local plan.
I see, thank you. I think just for the record, the reference to clause 2.9 at the end of 6.6.1 should be 2.8. No doubt just got out of sync at some stage.
I'm surprised there aren't more examples.
Could you turn on, please, to page 83? And the context here is that you've been looking at clause 3.47 of the HESPS guidance. And at 6.7.6 you explain your position on mitigation, that's been factored in at every stage of the design process. And then at 6.7.7 you say the scheme prepared on behalf of the Royal High School Preservation Trust in seeking to offer alternative uses for the building is not considered here. A critique of the impact of the proposals and their perceived shortcomings on the heritage assets is addressed elsewhere. And I just wondered why it wasn't considered here and where it's addressed elsewhere.
I think you'll find that it's addressed with the planning statement. It is one of the suite of papers that accompanies that. What I was trying to avoid here, I think, was confusing the main issue of dealing with the application itself.
Well, it might be thought that standing the evidence that you're giving, particularly your assessment of 3.47, and what you say about it elsewhere, that you really need to show your workings, as it were, somewhere, so that the reporters know what your position is on this particular issue.
But I think I've done that in great detail in the inquiry report.
That's where they'll find it.
There are two locations where they'll find it. One is in the planning report to which I referred. It's an appendix to that. But it is also, and that's because it was raised as material consideration at that time of the appellants to do that. But also in the inquiry report, I address the topic that the reporters have asked for.
Thank you. Similarly, when we get to 7.4.4, again, the discussion being rehearsed elsewhere, that's exactly the same point, I take it, that we'll find it in the planning statement. Or that the reader of this document would find it in the planning statement.
Yes, that's the meaning of the words rehearsed elsewhere.
Yeah. But just to be clear about it, it's in relation to Scheme 2, it's a particularly important issue for your team, whether the test in paragraph 3.47c can be met or not. Is it not?
Yes, I would accept that.
Moving on then to part 3, the HIA itself. And looking at page 9,
Are we in CD 199, Mr. Thompson?
I'm so sorry. Yes, sir, we've moved on to 199.
Okay, thanks. Yes, page 9 of 199. And here you address landscape and visual impact assessment. And you explain that that's been undertaken by Rankin Fraser Landscape Architects. Was that Chris Rankin who did that work?
It was done jointly by Chris Rankin, but also with input from another consultant who's had particular experience in that field.
And was it that firm that also did the landscape capacity study work?
Yes, it was, yes.
And then I wonder if you could turn over, please, to page 10. And I'd just like to ask you about what you say in paragraph 3.1.2. The second sentence, the obligation has always been to ensure that any additional accommodation proposed to the original school building designed by Thomas Hamilton should complement and not overpower it. It should retain its primacy as the focus of the site, having regard to the quantum of accommodation required to ensure that the scheme of redevelopment is economically viable. Now, does that mean that what is acceptable depends on what is required?
No, it cannot do that because it must measure the impact of the proposals on various aspects of the historic environment on the heritage assets. And where, in my view, it does not meet those requirements and where there may be a problem, then this is identified in the heritage impact assessment.
Forgive me, but that seems to be what you're saying in that sentence. You recognise that it should retain its primacy as the focus of the site, but then you qualify that by saying having regard to the quantum of accommodation required to ensure that the scheme of redevelopment is economically viable. So you seem to be introducing economic viability of the scheme as a mitigating factor in what's going to be acceptable.
I don't think it can be a mitigating factor as such, but it is a matter to be taken into account as part of the balancing of the planning considerations which the legislation allows for, or the policy guidance allows for.
So just to be absolutely clear, you would make a value judgment, a professional judgment on what was acceptable, regardless of what the economic requirement of the project was.
Yes, that would be the intention of doing that, so that it's clear that something does not comply, or in my view would not be good practice, which then has to be measured against those other tests.
Thank you. Yes. To page 18 for a moment. The little illustration at 4.5, is that one of the illustrations taken from the landscape impact study prepared by Rankin Fraser?
Insofar as that describes the process undertaken in February 2016 when these drawings were prepared for that purpose.
And what was the purpose?
The purpose was to gauge the potential impact of development on the wider hill and the setting of monuments and so forth. If I could ask, if I could add, but dealing with landscape factors as opposed to matters that affect monuments and historic environment assets, it doesn't do that. It doesn't set out to do that.
And then at 4.6 you move on to mitigation again. And although the first scheme had included mitigation through design, there's even more mitigation coming in 4.6.2, in that the quantum of development had been reduced to the minimum which was operationally and economically viable. And there's a reference to the landscape capacity study and the intention that the design had been altered to be more responsive to the designed landscape of Carlton Hill, the setting of the monuments and the setting of the former Royal High School building, adjacent St Andrew's House and Regent Terrace. And that, in a nutshell, was what you were trying to do, you, the team, were trying to do with Scheme 2.
Yes, it was taking into account the reasons for refusal that were given at the planning hearing and how they were articulated in the response, and then responding to those issues. That was really the purpose of the exercise.
And what was it the intention to mitigate the impact on the OUV, or on something else, such as the setting of listed buildings or the conservation areas or all of them?
I think it's very hard to separate those matters from understanding from the OEV, and that they all contribute to it. So all of these matters are taken into account rather than having one particular interest or designation defining that process.
And again, looking at the last sentence in 4.6.3, having done all that, there was nothing left to mitigate. There was no more mitigation proposed because it had all been taken into account in the design process of Scheme 2.
Yeah, bearing in mind the long process through which all this had gone through the design workshops, and then the review process that took place thereafter, it had, and I think also taking into account the public consultation period, I think there is a crucial moment in all of that which is spelt out in the Heritage Impact Assessment, which is part of the narrative of the design of the scheme and how it evolved. So something that existed in a particular form during the design workshops and at the end of that process changed into something else which is a different approach and involved different materials. And I think that was also part of that mitigation process and understanding the scale and the massing and the volumes and how they impacted on undesignated assets.
Yes, but between schemes 1 and 2, there was a lot going on. So far as your team was concerned, there was more public engagement. There was a re-looking at the design itself, addressing the various issues that had caused problems on Scheme 1, and there was more research being done by you to inform a greater appreciation of the sensitivity of the site.
Yeah, but it is in the context, though, of something where there had been considerable support for the architectural design solution, so that is not necessarily something which is being reviewed in terms of the potential impact, because a lot of those decisions have already been taken. It's more to do with the potential physical impact of these of the revised design on the various heritage assets.
So a refinement.
It's a refinement, but there does become a point at which something goes too far in a certain direction. And no longer do you either have a balanced design, and therefore there are matters of judgment, professional judgment, that come into that. Not necessarily my judgment, but it may be the judgment of the architects and others, or Architecture and Design Scotland in that process. So that these are all built into that mitigation process.
I don't know, sir, it's almost 1 o'clock. That might be a convenient point to break.
Yes. Thanks for that, Mr. Thompson. Okay, we will break now until 2 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
And St Andrew's House. Now, that's fine. It was the consequence of that objective, however, that there needed to be additional development on the eastern side above what is indicated in the sketch. If you look at the black line on the sketch, can we see that runs broadly at the same elevation as the temple of the main building and is also close to the ridgeline of the development of Regent Terrace. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And if you look please then to CD 594, the visualizations, and look please to photomontage VP1105, VP11A05 I should say, in relation to the 2017 proposal. So it's VP11A05. Do you have VP11A05?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So this is a visualisation of the view from St Anthony's Chapel. And if we compare and contrast the black line as shown in the sketch with what we see in the visualisation of the 2017 proposal, it's clear, isn't it, that the eastern bedroom wing is at least a storey above and beyond what was indicated in the Rankin-Fraser landscape capacity sketch.
Yes, I see that.
And is it fair to acknowledge that that is a design compromise that's had to be reached because of the need because of the need to respect the advice that's given in relation to the western wing?
Not wholly, in that the limitations of the landscape capacity analysis was given at the time. The limitations are given in that document. Yes. If you could accept that. And there were other considerations which are taken into account. And among those considerations was a degree of comfort with the height of development within the east playground, which had been expressed by various bodies even during the design workshop stage.
So if I can summarise then, there's a delicate balancing act being performed here, trying to balance the design objectives, including the landscape capacity analysis in relation to the western wing, with those relating to the eastern wing, all the while seeking to achieve your client's operational requirements, which was to have approximately 127 bedrooms at this point in time.
Yes, by the time the design had settled to this point, it does reflect size of development of that capacity.
And because of that, there has had to be a degree of compromise in relation to the landscape capacity objective identified by Rankin-Fraser in relation to this key viewpoint.
Certainly in relation to this viewpoint, but potentially in other respects as well, given the limitations of the exercise, that it was to assist us with interpreting how the design might develop, having regard to that information.
Can we look at the other viewpoints then, please, on page 15? The view from Canongate Kirkyard. Now that is 019C03. Again, it should be within this large document. 019C-03. Think of it as this, Mr. Wright. I don't think we have a close-up version showing both the wings in one photograph. I think the best we have is VP19C03, where you can see the difference between the 2015 and 2017 proposals. Is that right? Now, looking again to the objective identified by Rankin-Fraser, it's said at 3.44, the view from Canongate Kirkyard illustrates similar principles to Queen's Drive, with the added challenge of maintaining visible space between the base of the Nelson Monument and any built development. So when we look at the sketch, we see a sort of stepped profile in the black line. Is that right? Sorry, I'm still at page 15 of CD 192.
I don't want to interrupt, but I just simply remind my learned friend that we are leading a landscape witness who has prepared this very document, and I'm not sure whether this is the best witness or not for these matters and whether he's familiar with this issue in detail. I'm not objecting, sir, but clearly Mr Van Grieken will be with us perhaps not till next week at this rate, but this is his document, and he really is the man to be asking about it.
I'm sorry, I had understood this was a document prepared by Rankin Fraser, who are not to be represented or giving any evidence in this inquiry. Mr Van Grieken, I understood, did not prepare this document, although it mentions it in his report. In any event, the issue which I'm exploring is the influence on the design process, which Mr Wright explains in his evidence and was fundamental to. Thank you. So looking at this key viewpoint then, again by reference to CD 192, do we see the black line on the western playground immediately beneath the Nelson's monument? Do you see what I'm referring to on page 15?
Yes, I can see them.
And that shows two things. First of all, that an effort is being made to avoid interrupting or coming close to the profile of Calton Hill at the western extent. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And secondly, that space is left immediately below the Nelson's monument, as explained in the text at 3.44.
That is correct, but I observe that there is still space beneath the Nelson's monument.
Yes, coming to that in a moment, Mr. Wright. And thirdly, that the stepping involves building at a higher elevation closer to the Hamilton building, which might be a good example of the compromise that your design compromise that you mentioned earlier, because one of the key design principles that that were followed by Hoskins Architects was to avoid, in other words, to step in the other direction, step down in the other direction, keeping the bulk of the building away from the Hamilton building. Is that right?
While that is so, it has to be looked at in the context of the overall appearance of the wing against the landscape and the form of that. It isn't just a matter, I think, of maintaining a gap. It is really how the overall volume of that works with the hill behind.
That's your interpretation as someone who was involved in the design process, but if we look at the sketch prepared by the landscape architect who was advising the design team at that point, Rankin Fraser were clearly indicating that there ought to be as much space as possible directly beneath Nelson's monument, and that development should not extend to the western side of Calton Hill as viewed from this viewpoint. And if we look at the visualisation for the 2017 proposal, would you accept that, again, both of those issues have had to be compromised to one extent or another?
Yes, I would accept that.
And looking then to the final visualisation and sketch on this page relating to North Bridge, now that is viewpoint 03A-05. Now, in relation to this viewpoint, 3.4.5 says that the view from North Bridge illustrates the importance of both ensuring the ridgeline of the hill is visibly continuous and that space is created between St Andrew's House, the former Royal High School, and any new development. But even looking at the sketch diagram, Mr. Wright, it's quite plain that insofar as space is concerned between the Royal High School and St Andrew's House is concerned, that's a tall order, isn't it? Because the sketch shows that there's really little scope for retaining space between those two buildings, if there's to be a large building on the western playground. Is that fair?
Could you direct me to which of the diagrams within the landscape capacity study it is you're referring to?
Yes, I'm looking at the final sketch at the bottom of the page on page 15. And I'm looking at the black outline as shown between the blue outline from the St Andrew's House and the red Hamilton building.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And again, if we look at the visualisation from Northbridge, it's plain that that design objective has had to be compromised again because it's simply not possible to maintain visual separation between St Andrew's House and the western extension wing. If the overall economic requirements are respected in the design. Is that right?
That's right to a degree, but what has to be taken into account is the impact of that taking other factors into account. It's not just the landscape study, it is other factors and how that might be read.
I understand your position in relation to the overall design balance that has to be struck, but my point to you, which I think you have accepted, is that number one, there has had to be a degree of compromise in relation to landscape capacity objectives.
There is a difference between them, and that is acknowledged in the text of the Heritage Statement.
Well, that's why I'm exploring this with you, Mr. Wright, because the text of the Heritage Statement I took you to seems to indicate that there hadn't had to be any compromise, and that's why I'm exploring this issue with you. Now, if that was the impression that one might draw reading your inquiry statement, do you now accept an evidence that in fact there has had to be a degree of compromise in the landscape capacity objectives that were recommended to you by Rankin Fraser in the final design as before the reporters today?
I think my inquiry report indicates that.
Well, I'd be grateful if you could take me to the relevant section in your inquiry report which states that. I thought I'd taken you to the points that in your inquiry report that were relevant to this issue, but if there are other parts, then please take me to it. If it helps you, Mr. Wright, there is a reference in relation to one aspect of the design. If you look, please, at page 76 of CD 175, that's electronic document page number 91. So that's CD 175. And page 76.
I have a slight difficulty in that you're referring to the environmental statement and my references work, so I have to do a cross-check on which document
Yes.
is being referred to. I presume you're referring to Heritage Impact Assessment, am I right? The Part 3 of the Heritage Statement.
CD 175 on page 76. And this is where you're dealing with the guidance on managing change relating to extensions. CD 175, paragraph 6519, beginning on page 75 and then over into 76, where there's a table.
Could you give me the specific page you're referring to?
Page 76 of CD 175. you have that?
I wonder if there's been cross purposes here, because my learned friend's question started off asking about the inquiry report, and we're now moved on to 175. I just wonder whether the witness and my learned friend are both talking about the same matter. The initial question related to the witness taking him to the inquiry report.
So just to recap, Mr. Wright, I asked you questions about your inquiry report, which mentioned the landscape capacity study. I then put to you the design statement, which includes what you described as a landscape capacity study. You accepted there were compromise in relation to the first two viewpoints shown on page 15. In relation to the third viewpoint, you said that there was an acknowledgement in your heritage impact assessment, or your heritage statement, that there were landscape capacity issues that had to be compromised, and I asked you where that was. Is that fair?
Therein perhaps the problem. I thought the witness said he acknowledged it in his inquiry report. I thought, but it's a matter for your notes and recollection, sir.
But you've just taken us to the environmental statement. Is that right?
Yes, sir. The references, the environmental statement, and this is quite an important point. The environmental statement includes as appendices Mr. Wright's reports. They're the same documents. So do you have CD 175 at page 76 in front of you?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Now, this relates to advice on extensions, and the second extract from the Managing Change Guidance is where an extension is built beside a principal elevation, it should generally be lower than and step back behind that facade. And the response and reasoning is that extensions connect with the principal building only at the rear at the single-storey glazed links where the connection is minimal and elegant. The tiered arrangement in the floor plates reduces the impact on the principal listed building. The tallest elements of the wings are remote from the classical nucleus. At the west, while the bedroom wing might be considered to be optimally one storey lower in height, this is balanced against the operational needs for the hotel.
I wonder if my learned friend is indeed reading from the references he's given to the witness. There seems to be some discord here.
I was following that in CD 175.
Indeed, sir, or 197. That's the difficulty the witness has got. Or the learned friend put to him at 175, but I think that's what the witness has got before him, but it doesn't seem to relate to what's been put. But perhaps we can just double check that. Clearly the witness does not have that quote in front of him. I can't see what document he has, but I'm trusting he's been handed the right one. I'm told the problem is that these matters are lodged twice, sir, and that there are standalone documents within the bundle, and that is what the witness has in front of him. Now, that shouldn't necessarily mean they're different, I have to say, but it may be that pages are different, but the witness is looking at the standalone documents rather than those within the environmental statement. And this is what is, I suspect, I'm just trying to be helpful to save time leading to the confusion.
It helps the inquiry there is no difference between the documents that are in the environmental statement and those that are standalone. Yeah.
Obliged, Mr. Wright, and that was always my understanding. So if we can look, please, then, to CD 175 on page 76. Do you now have the text that I've read out? Do you see that?
Well, sir, I don't know what the confusion is, but clearly the witness does not have the same text I wonder, I don't know if we're going to take a break to sort the paperwork out, that there is something amiss here, and that's why I was trying to intervene or helpfully intervene earlier, because the original confusion related to my learned friend's question about the inquiry report, which is what I turned to and the witness turned to, and then the question related to a different document altogether.
I followed what happened. I think it's wise just to take a break to make sure the witness has the document before him. So let's break until 3:10.
I'm grateful for that.
Start again. Mr. Wright, do you have the fabled document?
I do, sir.
Perfect. Thanks.
So I wonder if I can assist, because I understand that those that are in the body of the Kirk, so to speak, have been having difficulty following this, as I have, and clearly Mr. Wright has. The documents, and I wonder if this would assist my learned friend, that Mr. Thompson went through this morning, in particular CD 198, which is a standalone document, and that is the document that Mr. Wright has in his bundle in front of him. It's the same document, but there's no scope for getting the page numbers wrong or whatever in that. I wonder if that might assist matters.
Okay, let's give that a try.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McKay.
Apologies for the confusion.
Well, just to be clear, I'll continue to refer to the environmental statement versions, providing electronic page numbers where possible, so that you can quite easily draw that up.
That's perfect. Mr. Owen and I are looking at CD 175 electronically.
So, document CD 175, have you had a chance to look that over the break, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
So page 76, the managing change and extensions guidance is being addressed, and the text which I read to you earlier, have you now had a chance to read that? That's in the second column in relation to the second aspect of the guidance. Now that's a clear recognition that there's had to be a design compromise reached in relation to the advice that's given in the managing change guidelines, but I don't see it as being necessarily having anything to do with there being a compromise to the landscape capacity analysis carried out by Rankin Fraser. Is that fair? Is that correct understanding?
What it reflects is the development of the design that took place after the exercise, the design review that took place early in 2016. So there's further design carried out after that, and what this reflects is the assessment of those designs as they were developed.
Yes, I think that's fair. That there was a design process carried out in 2016 which you led, that involved in part a landscape capacity study, and then ultimately there was a redesign in 2016-2017 resulting in the final proposal, the 2017 proposal.
Yes, that's correct.
And what I was exploring with you earlier was whether there was any acknowledgement anywhere really that there had to be compromises reached in relation to the advice you got from Rankin Fraser in respect of the landscape capacity. And I thought you'd refer to the heritage statement, but then I think I was corrected by saying no, you were intending to refer to your inquiry report. Now, have you looked at your inquiry report over the break?
I've looked at both.
And is there any section of your inquiry report which acknowledges in a clear fashion the need to compromise the design objectives that have been identified by Rankin Fraser?
None other than the recognition that the final solution differed to what was there by being one story less optimally, I think are the words that are being used. I think that's clear in both of these documents.
Right. So nothing specific to the landscape capacity objectives identified by Rankin Fraser?
Maybe something elsewhere, but I cannot in all this documentation put my hand on it.
So then, can we go back to CD 192 and just close off this section of the cross-examination, please, in relation to the view from North Bridge, the last of the sketches. And before we had this detour, the point I was putting to you was that, again, this design objective has had to be compromised because it's frankly impossible to build hotel extensions which are of sufficient scale to allow for your client's economic considerations without there being a closing up of built development as viewed from the North Bridge, as shown in the illustration, or sorry, the visualisation, VPO-3A05.
Yes, I recognise that.
Thank you. And it's also fair to acknowledge, Mr. Wright, that this is a site which presents exceptional design challenges, partly through the sensitivity of the heritage assets and partly simply by nature of the site itself, the opportunity for development, if I can put it that way.
It was always known that the site was challenging.
Indeed, it was known as early as the massing analysis carried out in 2015. Is that right?
By massing analysis, you're referring to the local authorities' equivalent of pre-application guidance?
Perhaps I'm referring to the wrong term. If you turn to the document itself, we can work through that. The CD007 is the pre-application consultation report where options A, B and C are discussed. CD007. Now, first of all, Mr. Wright, this is an appendix, and it's not as clear, I don't think, who the author of the document is. Do you recognise it as a document prepared by any particular member of the design team at that time?
I'm assuming, but I cannot say for certain, that it would be the architects who prepared this, and I'm assuming also that it might have been part of the design workshop, but I cannot say that for certain during 2014.
Obliged. And I appreciate this is still at an options stage, if you like, but just to follow up on the point you made earlier about it being known that this is a challenging site, do we see that in relation to the three options there are benefits and disadvantages of each option highlighted in the analysis? So if I can take as an example, Mr. Wright, in relation to option A, if we look at the very first paragraph at the top of the page, do you have that? Option A, test an arrangement of the new accommodation which minimises development to the west of the original building. Only a single freestanding pavilion is located to the west of the Hamilton building and would house only a small proportion of the development's required accommodation. This would enable very open views through to the lower slopes of Carlton Hill, which is clearly beneficial in terms of maintaining the existing relationship between building, hill and monuments. So if it was a document prepared by Hoskins Associates at that time, that must have been the view of Garth Hoskins, is that right?
I think it's in the context of a number of options which are coming forward for consideration, which were moving rapidly from one workshop to another. They were held on a monthly basis, so exactly where this fits within that debate and what level of feedback there would have been from CEC and others influencing that, I cannot say from this.
Well, what you can say, as someone who was intimately involved in the design process, was that the author of this document, which you think is Garth Hoskins, or at least Hoskins Associates, clearly identified that avoiding development on the western slopes to the west of the Hamilton building would be, quotes, clearly beneficial in terms of maintaining the existing relationship between building, hill and monuments. You can confirm that, surely?
But equally, the question is when this was done. If it's very early in the process, then a lot of analysis was being done at that time that fed into understanding the site and the various options appraisal that developed from that. So I think to argue this effectively, I would need to know when these sketches were done and how it fits within that design workshop process.
Mr. Wright, this bears to be a document which is a pre-application consultation report, so presumably it was a document which was used during that time in 2015. Were you involved in the proposals at that point in time? Perhaps not.
I was involved in 2015. I was, and I was engaged in May 2014. Yeah.
Were you aware at that time, or indeed subsequently, until I put this part of the document to you, that had been the view of, it seems, Gareth Hoskins during the pre-application procedure for the 2015 proposals, that would be a benefit if there was a minimal development in the Western Playground?
I think it would have to be agreed that it would be a benefit to have no development on the site at all as a starting point.
But that's not possible, is it, because of your client's economic requirements?
In which case it has to be balanced as to where that accommodation can go.
And that's the point I want to put to you next. If you look at this next paragraph, I beg your pardon, the third paragraph, the extremely light touch approach to the scale development to the west comes with wider disadvantages. There are significant operational challenges with the strategy of a stranded pavilion. The lack of servicing and circulation connections to this element are not tenable for the operation of the hotel. Importantly, the large-scale banqueting conference facilities and spa and leisure spaces required to be accommodated to the east, along with the vast majority of the bedrooms. The consequent massive development to the east is therefore problematic in its relationship to Carlton Hill, the Hamilton Building and Regent Terrace, and that's clearly illustrated in the sketch. So whoever's looking at option A and summarising its benefits and disadvantages, and we think that's Hoskins Associates, is showing that if you minimise development on the Western Playground to assist in one objective, that means that there's a disadvantage on the Eastern Playground, because you then start to have an impact on the profile of Carlton Hill, skyline issues, and the impact on the National Monuments setting. Is that right?
Yes, I recall it was a balancing exercise that was done during that process.
And I don't want to go through all of the document. The reporters will no doubt do that at their own convenience. But if we look through option B, which was a tall building on the west, lower building on the east, and then to option C, which is described in the first paragraph relating to option C as broadly symmetrical, is that the same concept as notional symmetry, first of all?
Yeah, because it's not perfect symmetry, therefore it is notional symmetry, yeah.
And we see in the diagram to the right about the the diagram below, I should say, some of the design challenges that would be part of that option. And it said that in the text above the Hamilton Building, symmetrical arrangement of new wings relates to symmetry of original RHS and frames the building as the focal building within grouping. So this is the introduction of the issue of framing of the Hamilton Building. That's something that's mentioned and to some extent relied upon in your heritage statement. Is that right?
Yes, it's correct. If I could make the observation that this was a scheme that did not proceed, that we're looking at in terms of the various options.
Yes,
I think just so the inquiry understands that, and that there was a very significant design change which was made after one of the... I suspect that these are exhibition boards that have been prepared for that public consultation exercise.
Yeah, that's quite right, Mr. Wright. Coming to that, the buildings, as shown, were translated into a neoclassical style of architecture, which subsequently was departed from when the 2015 proposals were actually submitted and subject to the EIA. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And a further change, if we look please at actually I'm not sure it has a page number on the document, but if you look at the 2 or 3 pages beneath that, there's a new section with lots of photographs headed Setting New with Old.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And the second paragraph of that part of the document says the favoured massing strategy option, which is option C, is that right? That was the one that was favoured at that point in time.
I believe that it was.
The favoured massing strategy option places the new building elements to the hillside at the back of the site, which, along with the curvature of the front edge of the site, ensures the prominence of Hamilton's building. So that was an aspect of design that was identified by Hoskins Associates in the pre-application process for what became the 2015 proposal, that the best option would be to ensure prominence of the Hamilton building would be retaining the built development at the very rear of the site. Is that right?
It's not my interpretation that it's pushed to the rear. Pushing to the rear means that you're closing a gap in order to do that, and I don't think it's ever part of the study, or indeed the diagrams that are being put forward here that suggest that. It's very clear that the blocks are away from the retaining wall and Carlton Hill Drive to the rear of the site. You'll see that in, if it's not, you'll see it on, if you look at option B, you'll see that, and see it in the other options too. It was never an option that's being put forward for this to be pushed right back to the rear of the site.
Well, if you look at the section above then, dealing with a planned response, Old Royal High School, there's a diagram there. There's a site approach diagram, and then there's a basic site arrangement diagram with yellow blobs, which seem to correspond roughly with what became the 2015 proposal. And those yellow blobs do seem to show quite deliberately that the development was being pushed to the rear of the site. Now, I take your point, but we can't be exactly sure on a schematic drawing of that sort. But would you accept that, first of all, the text speaks for itself in terms of the general approach of maintaining the prominence of the Hamilton building and having building towards the rear of the site at least? Do you accept that?
I don't accept it at all. These are diagrams that bear no relationship to ultimate built form or the process that was being run through at that time. And I think if you translate that across into the diagrams, and if you look at the middle diagram, which is almost opposite the diagram with the yellow blobs to which you refer, you'll see what is being meant by that these are segregated from the rear wall.
Yes, only just. I mean, I don't think there's a great deal between us, Mr. Wright. In terms of the chronology, we have the basic site arrangement diagram. The 2015 proposal actually involved hotel extension wings, which were pushed further forward in this site. But the 2017 proposal drew them back in again a bit and reduced the scale. Is that, in general terms, the way? The chronology, that's
so it's in response to a whole series of issues of understanding the site, understanding the building in particular, and how that building had been represented in pictorial images and whatever else.
So it is agreed then that one of the primary design challenges for a hotel proposal with extension wings on either side is maintaining the primacy of the Hamilton building, and that's been identified really from a fairly early stage in the proposals.
Well, it is said that, but the original concept, going back some years before that, didn't actually indicate that in quite the same way. So this is an evolution of something which then becomes stronger with greater certainty. And to a degree, I think this certainly did come out of the workshop process with everyone involved in that.
Well, I accept that, Mr. Wright, but I don't think there's really anything between us on this. I'm trying to illustrate that when option C was being assessed in this, in the context of that particular exercise, i.e. understanding mass and the general design issues, one of the important issues that was being identified was the primacy of the Hamilton building and how that was going to be respected. And that features in this document and is something that's a key aspect of the debate between the parties in relation to both schemes, 2015 and 2017 applications.
Yes, I do agree with that, but there were 2 points that were being raised. I think the first one you raised with me was pushing the building back. That is different to giving primacy with the massing studies that were being carried out to the Hamilton building. It was never pushed back to the point of closing the gap or being pushed right back onto the retaining wall. That was never a consideration in any of these massing studies, I can assure you of that.
Well, it wasn't a feature in the applications, the 2015 and 2017 applications. But what I'm indicating to you is that insofar as the massing strategy is concerned and the need to respect primacy, that it was a feature of this particular document.
I think we are in agreement on that.
Right, we can put that document away then. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'm sure everyone's pleased to hear that. Now, Mr. Wright, moving on to one aspect of the special interest of the Hamilton building, can I refer you please to paragraphs 5.1.10 and 5.1.16 of your inquiry report? So if I can summarise your position, Mr. Wright, at paragraph 5.1.10 and 5.1.16, you are critical of Dr. Lowry, the Council and HES for what you consider to be an overemphasis on the relationship between the Royal High School as the Propylaea and the National Monument as the Parthenon. Is that fair?
I have what I'm expressing here is a concern that this is at the expense of other aspects of significance which are on the hill. And if anything, my point is rather less directed at Mr. Lowry than at the way in which his document has been taken by others and the degree to which the relationship which is claimed for the Royal High School to the National Monument being the Parthenon is being bandied around repeatedly in consultations and in the reasons for refusal.
So this banding around, as you describe it, do you think this is a deliberate attempt to in some way overemphasise an aspect of the building which isn't due that level of emphasis? Is that your position?
It depends on the level of emphasis that is given to it, in that it was a symbolic relationship between the two buildings. It is not a physical relationship. And if it were that, it would allow access to the hill. If it were repeating something which was, say, in the Acropolis, looking at the relationship between the two structures. And the two structures are aligned differently in the Acropolis and Athens. So it is no more than simply expressing a concern that this does escalate the significance beyond what significance the building has.
Well, can we just be very clear then as to your evidence on what the significance of the relationship between the two is? And for accuracy, can we first of all start with the document CD25, which is the listing of the Royal High School. CD25.
Is that right, Mr. Mackay? That reference, CD25? I've got that being part of the environmental statement.
Yes, so if you go to the back of that document on electronic page 117.
Are you after the building? Sorry. You're looking for the listing of the building?
Yes, sir, it's set out at electronic page 117 of this document, CD25.
Or CD537, is that the same?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
So it's CD25, electronic page 117.
Got that, thanks.
To ensure that the witness has got the same thing, this is simply the listing that you're looking at, I assume.
Do you have it, Mr. Wright? I'm sure you're very, very, very familiar with this document. It's an appendix to your document, and it's the listing relating to the Royal High School.
Yes, I have it here.
And if we look, please, to the third page of the text, in the notes, and about 2/3 of the way through the paragraph on that page, there's a sentence beginning inspired by the dramatic setting in the backdrop of the unfinished national monument. Do you see that?
Yes, I have.
So, and the backdrop of the unfinished national monument, based on the Parthenon and the Acropolis in Athens on the hill above, Hamilton created a monumental composition based on the temple, for example, the Propylaeon at the Acropolis, that's being used as an example, the lesser temple, that of unwinged victory in relation to the Propylaeon, and the Stoa or market colonnade. In doing so, he strongly reinforces similarities between Carton Hill and the Acropolis, and thus between Edinburgh and Athens. The order of the central temple-style pavilion is based on the Temple of Theseus, illustrated in Stuart and Revitt's Antiquities of Athens, published in 1794. The outer pavilions are loosely based on the monument of Thrasyllus. I hope my pronunciations are just about there, or good enough for present purposes anyway. Now, do you take issue with any of that? I presume not.
No, the issue I might take with it is the literal interpretation of that as the two buildings having exactly the same relationship as they would have had at the Acropolis, where this information is coming from.
Well,
through Stuart and Revitt.
Well, we'll follow through the references in the Historic Scotland Constitution responses and indeed in your own documents. But it's correct to say that Hamilton did create a monumental composition based on, i.e. inspired by and based on the temple.
And I accept that in my documents.
So, with that caveat then, you accept the accuracy of what I just put to you. Is that right?
But it goes deeper than that.
All right. We'll follow this through then, please. Next, please, you can look at the 2017 HES consultation response, which is 3D56. That's volume 6, CD356. Do you have that, Mr. Wright? CD 356.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So this is the consultation response, 24th March 2017. And the first part of this document is the letter of objection written by Stephen Robb, and then at the back of that there's an appendix, or annex rather, setting out more detailed issues. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's this consultation response which is then relied upon and summarised further in the report to committee, resulting in your complaint, as I understand it, that the propylea is simply being overemphasised. Is that right?
I believe it's the same document here.
Now, you'll understand that as far as the first part of the document is concerned, because it is a consultation response, it needs to be a summary and quite clear as to the nature of the advice that's being given. Is that fair?
As a summary, I would expect it to include nuances of interpretation.
Frankly, Mr. Wright, that's not possible, is it? To go into all the nuances. The task which statutory consultees are well skilled at is summarising the main issues as they see it, but also including more detailed aspects in the annex, which is exactly what HES have done here. That's not something you're particularly skilled at, is it?
In giving summaries?
It's not your normal function to be assimilating application proposals, all of the information that's submitted in support of the application, and then summarising it for the purpose of the decision maker, which in this case, in the first instance, was the planning authority, in the way that HES and other statutory consultees are quite familiar with. That's not something you normally do, is it?
No, it isn't.
So we see mention of the Parthenon and the propylea on the first page, and then if we go into the guts of the document, we see at page 10, under the heading of the importance of the Royal High School, in the paragraph beginning built between 1825 and 1829,
Sorry, on page 11, is it?
page 10.
Page 10.
Yeah. The heading is the importance of the Royal High School.
Yes, I see that.
And that again makes reference to the Scottish Acropolis, to the Athens of the North, and the propylea. Essentially reflecting the content of the listing which we looked at a moment ago. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, if we go on then, please, to the World Heritage Site heading, you would agree that it would be vitally important for the planning authority to be aware of any concerns which HES had about the possible detrimental impact which the proposals might have upon the relationship between the Royal High School, as what they've described as the propylea, and the National Monument as they've described as the Parthenon. That's something that if it was relevant to the issue of the World Heritage Site, it would certainly have to be brought to the planning authority's attention. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And so then, if we look to the paragraph above the conclusion section, that's something that is expressly highlighted. And it says, the proposals would also disrupt the Hamilton's building relationship with the hilltop monuments on Carlton Hill that form part of Edinburgh's iconic skyline. Now, I think it's fair to say you take a different view in relation to the interpretation of that particular point. But if we look then to the rest of the text, the most important of these relationships is the symbolic association between the Royal High School's Propylaea or gateway building to the national monument as Parthenon, the recreation of the Acropolis in Edinburgh's Athenian townscape. This adds to the importance of the site and reflects on Edinburgh's status as a major cultural centre of European thought and learning following the 18th century Age of Enlightenment. Now, again, I assume you take no issue with any of that.
No, I don't.
And the conclusion section, in the second paragraph, the Royal High School is one of Scotland's finest Greek revival buildings, important on a worldwide stage. The ideas implicit in its design and construction and the shared relationship with the National Monument in Carlton Hill say a great deal about Edinburgh's ambition and enlightened thinking. This is a key part of the OUV of the World Heritage Site. And again, I'm assuming you take no issue with that.
Could you point me to the paragraph, please? Thank you.
Yes, it's page 13, obliged, under the heading Conclusion, and it's the second paragraph.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
Thank you. And again, if we move on to page 19, it might actually be useful just to look briefly at page 18, the heading underlines setting of other category A listed buildings and assets. So then if we go on to page 19, we're dealing with the National Monument. On page 19, do you see that? Yes. And it said the most significant impact of the proposals would be on the relationship between the Royal High School and the National Monument, which was under construction, its completion assumed when Hamilton designed the school. And again, leave to one side any opinion about the impact. But look at the next bit of text. The National Monument was to be a restored version of the Parthenon in Athens, a choice assisted by Carlton Hill's topography and visual resemblance to the Acropolis. Therefore, when Hamilton based his design on the Propylaea, the link was obvious. The setting of the National Monument therefore relies on the important collective relationship between itself and the Hamilton building below, the gateway to both it and the hill. The relationship visible in numerous paintings, prints and photographs is fundamental to understanding of the Carlton Hill as Edinburgh's Acropolis and the city as the Athens of the North. Rarely has an architectural kinship been so clear. And again, I'm assuming you don't take any issue with any of that either.
I take an issue with this in terms of it being a gateway to both it and the hill.
Well,
so the connection isn't a physical one; it is a symbolic one.
Right. So, as a symbolic relationship, I think it would be understood to all concerned. There's not a literal gateway. That would be well known to the planning authority, wouldn't it? It doesn't literally provide access to the hill because it was a school.
But it's repeated so often, it may be misconstrued as doing that.
So, Mr. Wright, is your position that you're concerned that the planning authority might have had the impression that that the Hamilton's Royal High School was literally a gateway that was used to take access to the hill? That can't possibly be your position. Surely it's obvious and well understood by everyone in this room that the association is a symbolic one, not a literal one.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And would you also accept that because of the way in which the consultation response has been carefully structured, the issue of the Propylaea and the Scottish Acropolis surfaces on a number of occasions because it's relevant to each of those different parts of the consultation response? Would you agree with that?
It may well be without looking at the detail of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, pressure on this. I've taken you to each of the constituent parts, the relevant parts, and I've set out why it is that the the issue of the propylea is being relied upon, and I think I'm right in saying you don't take issue with any of the advice that's given in relation to each of those aspects. So I'm asking you to accept that one of the reasons, indeed the main reason, that the propylea and the acropolis keep coming up in the consultation response, and then therefore in the report to committee, is it's important to each of those issues.
Yes, it is, but I'd also highlight the way in which it's possible to interpret how Hamilton viewed that relationship. This isn't something which is completely disconnected with that.
Well,
and I have given evidence about that in my heritage statement and in the inquiry report.
So Hamilton's, I'm sorry, I'm not really following this given the points that you accepted earlier. I thought it was common ground that Hamilton did understand that by adopting this neoclassical architectural language, deliberately taking design cues from the propylea, that he would be well in understanding that the relationship between that building, his building, and the National Monument would be obvious to all.
But I think we've agreed from the statutory list which you read out that it is from a number of sources. So it's an amalgamation of design which he uses in a very creative way, which is not in the same way as you find between the propylea and the acropolis. I think the further evidence that I draw to the inquiry is the way in which he ignored that in the various drawings, and if need be I can refer you to a perspective that he drew which is in the heritage statement.
I'm aware of the part of the document you're referring to, but just to be clear, it's not hidden from view, I hope that's the right analogy, in Historic Scotland consultation response. They expressly identify the other design cues which were identified in the listing, insofar as they affect the architectural response of the building itself.
Yes, I accept that, yeah.
And indeed, the work that you've carried out mentions on numerous occasions the relevance of the propylea, the acropolis, the propylea, and it discusses those issues insofar as they affected the architectural intentions that Hamilton was seeking to put in place. Is that right?
Yes, I have tried to cover that in my documents.
So in part one, we find some references to the design having been inspired by the propylea, for example.
Yes, it will appear in that document.
And so to save time, sirs, I can provide references to the relevant points in CD25, where that's confirmed. CDO25, page 24, which is E38. When I say E, I mean electronic 38. Page 38, E51, page 88, E103, and page 52, E66. So, Mr. Wright, to round off, can I ask if you agree with the following, please? You accept that Hamilton was inspired by and based his design on the Athenian model, and that is in terms of the architectural language that was deployed, the placing of the building on the artificial rise, and the monumentality of the design. That was all deliberately intended to evoke Athens, wasn't it?
It does convey a link with Athens and Hellenic sources and the way that design was put together. The extent to which it does replicate those features is obviously a matter of debate.
Well, clearly, Carlton Hill is not the Acropolis. There are differences, one against the other, certainly. But I'm getting to the heart and of what the symbolic relationship is all about. That's what I'm exploring with you. And you do accept that the design was based on, deliberately, the echoing of the position in Athens.
There are similarities, but they're not. They don't appear in the same way.
It's more than similarities, Mr. Wright. You'd have to accept, do you not, that this was very deliberate and obvious to all. It'd be obvious to Hamilton, it'd be obvious to his peers at the time, and indeed it's obvious to us all these years later. There's no real dispute here, is there?
No, I don't think I'm disputing that. I think it's the emphasis which is given to it.
I'm obliged, which is the question I put to you at the beginning of this line of cross-examination. It's that you emphasise other aspects as well, and you're critical of the Council and HES for emphasising, to the extent that they have, the symbolic relationship and the architectural relationship. Is that right?
It's in the context of ramping up cultural values. That is really the concern that is repeated in that.
So you use the phrase banding about and now using the phrase ramping up. Can we just be quite clear about this, Mr. Wright? Because I'd always understood that appellant's position, indeed your position, to be that the design cues were obvious, that the propylaea was an inherent part of the design, this was all deliberate, and that the cultural associations, the symbolic associations, were an important part of the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. Is any of that in dispute?
I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Now, moving on then to the issue of hierarchy and the nature of the building as experienced, and we are in agreement, I think, that the building has deliberate monumentality. I think it's acknowledged in your inquiry report or your heritage statement and elsewhere that although the building itself is quite small, it has a monumental presence as it's experienced both at close quarters and indeed from views further away. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it fair to say that part of the genius of Hamilton's design was to emphasise the monumental south-facing facade, but also create architectural interest on all elevations?
Yes, to a greater or lesser degree. Yes.
Absolutely. But fundamentally, first of all, are you in agreement with Mr. Robb that when the reporters are considering the special interest of the building, they should have regard to each of the elevations?
But they have to be considered in terms of the compositional context rather than on an elevation by elevation basis, and it's what you learn from that and what you see on the site itself.
So in terms of the compositional context, are you in agreement with Mr. Robb that there's a clearly defined hierarchy in terms of the importance of each of the elevations? Just to be clear what I mean by that, in other words, at the top of the hierarchy is the main south-facing facade to Regent Road. Next level down is the outer faces of the east and west wings, and lastly, the rear facade facing Carlton Hill. Is that fair to summarise the hierarchy?
Not in terms of a direct hierarchical relationship between those parts, because they are seen in certain context rather than as pure elevations. And it's that compositional form which is important in terms of interpreting the building.
So, has it ever been your position that in terms of the site's ability to accommodate development, there was a need to respect a hierarchy. In other words, the one I put to you a moment ago.
It needs to respect whether the site can accommodate development without damage to the particular elevations.
And that was something that you sought to acknowledge in your conservation principles that Mr. Thompson explored with you earlier today, is that right?
To a degree, accepting that was really a point in time which has developed since then in the way that the design and thinking about the site has evolved.
Well, on that front then, can we look at both of the conservation principles as identified in the relevant parts of the environmental statement? First of all, CD20, I beg your pardon, I'll just check a reference actually, 1 second please. Yes, CD25, which is part of your heritage statement in relation to Scheme 1, the 2015 scheme, and if you look at electronic page 110, which is paper page 95.
So just to check, are we on Scheme 1?
Yes. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. 2015 scheme CD25. Do you have that page, Mr. Wright? Page 95 of CD25.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, Conservation Principle 22, can you just read that, please?
When considering alterations and extensions to the exterior of the Royal High School building, consideration should be given to the hierarchy of Hamilton's original design regarding the elevation to Regent Road, the outer faces, west and east wings, the west and east wings, and the rear facade facing Carlton Hill, which might be expected to accommodate the greatest amount of change for achieving improved circulation, provided this allows the circulation patterns and principal rooms of Hamilton's original design to be preserved.
So it's fair to say that your conservation principles at that time, the 2015, did acknowledge the hierarchy that I explored with you a moment ago, and indeed emphasise that hierarchy. Is that right?
But not quite in the way that is being interpreted, that the second and third elements, the third element being the rear facade, it was certainly the view during the course of the workshops that it could accommodate some change without necessarily damaging that elevation. But it doesn't say that it is the third elevation. It just says that some alteration may be possible to it. And there are benefits that flow from that, which are preserving the rooms on the interior of the building by allowing that circulation to be introduced.
Well, I understand that's a point you rely upon in your evidence in your inquiry report, but if you recall the question that I was exploring with you related to the hierarchy and whether you'd ever acknowledged that and indeed relied upon it, and I didn't get a clear answer, I have to say, on that, so that's why I'm taking you to this document. And this document says that when considering alterations and extensions to the exterior of the Royal High School building, consideration should be given to the hierarchy of Hamilton's original design regarding the elevations to Regent Road, the outer faces, and the rear facade. And it's quite obvious that if you read that document that you're talking about exactly the same hierarchy that Mr. Robb has emphasised. Is that not fair?
Within what I've said about that it shouldn't be regarded as a third elevation.
I'm not saying it's unimportant. That's not what's been put to you, Mr. Wright. No one's suggesting that the rear elevation is unimportant. Mr. Robb's position is quite the contrary. He says it's a building that needs to be understood in the round. All of the elevations are important. He also says that the hierarchy is, in his view, clearly defined, And I think this conservation principle acknowledges and accepts that, doesn't it?
But I can take you to other evidence in the documents that indicates that there is a different way of looking at the building rather than just on a hierarchical basis of each elevation. And that is really to do with the views of how the building is perceived and the compositional effect that Hamilton was achieving by combining certain elevations with one another to get that three-dimensional form, which is how you perceive the building in the round.
So you can take us to other evidence, Mr. Wright, but the point I'm putting to you is that the conservation principles which you drafted clearly acknowledge the hierarchy. Now, do you accept that?
It is true of that document for Scheme 1, but it is not true for Scheme 2.
All right, can we look at the same document then in relation to Scheme 2, please? That's, well, we'll find it at CD 189, which is the design and access statement for Scheme 2. CD 189. And it's page 5 electronically. I'm not sure there's a page number, but it's section 7.2, Conservation Principles.
So I wonder if I could have, my fault, could I have the page number again, please? It's 189?
CD 189, it's electronic page 5, and it must be about page 4 of the document. It's page 3, I think, is 7.2
we of
conservation.
course are working from the hard copies.
It shouldn't make any odds. It's CD 189.
Page 90.
1991.
1991.
Anyway, do we all have the relevant conservation principle? Do you have that now, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I have it here.
Now, a moment ago you indicated that the conservation principle that was drafted by you in relation to 2015 application was relevant at that time. Earlier in your evidence you explained that there had been design iterations and new issues brought into consideration, new understandings, for example the visual impacts from various viewpoints and so on, and indicated that there was no longer the position in relation to the 2017 proposal. Do we see, however, that the conservation principle 22 in relation to the 2017 proposal remains unaltered? It's exactly the same.
Yes, it is unaltered.
Thank you. And can we look, please, at Mr. Robb's rebuttal precognition on issues of detail about appreciating the hierarchy? It's Mr. Robb's rebuttal precognition.
If I could draw the attention of the inquiry to the document referred to where the revised conservation principles were set out. We established that that particular conservation principle is the same, but on page 92 of that document there is an indication of the hierarchical importance of the elevations. In the caption to the photograph, it's under the statement of significance. sorry, in raising that, I think is because it raises similar issues to those that Mr. Robb has raised in his rebuttal precognition.
I'm sorry, I don't. In CD 189, I don't have the reference you just mentioned. Which document? Which page?
I beg your pardon. It's CD 197.
197.
Yeah. It's for scheme 2 for the heritage statement.
Sorry, I apologise. Now I'm confused. That's 197.
197.
What was the page number?
I beg your pardon. It's CD 197, page 92 is where it appears.
Yes, sorry, I'm obliged. That's to do with the architectural detail as one experiences on the site visit if you're very close to the building itself. Is that right? That's the point you're alluding to.
No, it isn't the point. It's the hierarchy of elevations that I'm referring to, which is reflected in the detail that you see at close quarters when looking at the building. It's an analysis that was carried out at a very early stage, but appears in this document, so that it was understood that there is this hierarchy of how Hamilton designed the elevations. But so I didn't want to sort of divert you to that necessarily, and I will answer the points regarding Mr. Robb's rebuttal, but I do think this is relevant to answering that point.
So I hope that I can take this relatively briefly, Mr. Wright, and it's really just, I hope, a question of confirmation that whilst you and Mr. Robb differ as to the relative importance of the western and north-facing elevations, or the side elevations and the north-facing elevation, in terms of the architectural details, what Mr. Robb has set out at paragraph 6 of his rebuttal is factually accurate. I'm deliberately divorcing that from any expression of opinion. In terms of the point, in terms of the points that he's raising for the reporter's attention, these are all relevant and accurate facts, aren't they?
These concur with the assessment that I made of the building.
Indeed, they're largely, perhaps slightly more detailed than in your own document, albeit the photographs that you refer to will help the reporters to understand the hierarchy insofar as it's translated into the architectural details on the different elevations. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, but the point I would want to bring the attention of the inquiry to relates to how you perceive that information within the other leads that Hamilton gives us as to the importance of that elevation. It cannot be related purely to a description of jointing. And the jointing, certainly on the rear elevation, requires a huge amount of skill, and even though it isn't polished ashlar, it does require an immense amount of skill to do that. But certainly the details suggest a hierarchical difference, but it's how you read that from various points around the site which gives you the information you need to look at how Hamilton saw it as being significant or not.
I'm obliged. Sir, that probably brings me to the end of that chapter of cross-examination. The next chapter will be quite a significant chapter, and I do wonder whether it would be a sensible time to break now. I appreciate it's a little bit early, but Mr. Wright's been giving evidence quite a while now, I think. Others.
I think that's right. You would be glad to have a break now, Mr. Wright, would you?
I'm sure I'd love to have a
Yeah.
but I have to bow to the needs of the...
Yes.
I do have to bow to the needs of the inquiry, sir, yes.
Would continuing now, Mr. Mackay, mean that you would not be able to complete a chapter of cross-examination tonight?
I would be barely starting it, to be honest,
Right.
sir.
Okay, in that case. Okay, in that case, let's break.
I wonder, sir, just for the purposes of ordering witnesses, etc., if there's any indication now is to be given as to how much longer Mr. Wright will be with us in the sense of giving evidence. I'm assuming it will be all of tomorrow.
Can the others comment on that? How much longer are you likely to be with Mr. Wright?
I think it is a fair assumption that Mr. Wright will be giving evidence all of tomorrow.
And beyond that?
I'm not sure about that, sir.
Others are cross-examining Mr. Wright, I assume.
Unless Mr. Mackay steals all of our topics,
Okay.
we have a significant amount of cross-examination.
Okay. So the answer is at least tomorrow, I think.
So that sounds like more than tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
I take it at least tomorrow from the learned friend Mr. Mackay wasn't just from his cross-examination.
I'm not sure. I'm certainly hoping to finish tomorrow. That's certainly my aspiration.
Okay. In that case, let's break until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.